Okay, we're gonna try this again. For probably, hopefully, the final time. Are people capable of hearing the sound of my voice? Can I tell you how godforsakenly frustrating it is to have to nuke my mic and reset the mic over again? Thank you, Bibby-Bo, for all your assistance. I greatly appreciate it. Let me just show you guys this, because I think you guys might appreciate how difficult, how frustrating it is. So if I go and I open up the settings, no problem, audio issues are the worst. Here's the thing. In OBS, the mic peaks. It responds to my voice normally. And sometimes there's a connectivity issue. So I go in and fix it, right? Hopefully I don't sound too nasally or too basal. I don't want to I'm not trying to flip on everyone's switches or anything. Anyway, let me go over audio. Right. So there's a bunch of sources for this, right? The input might be a little bit small, so I'll just tell you what they are. You have the default. You have the SteelSeries sonar. This is not the computer with the issue, so it's impossible for me to be truthful about this. But you've got the microphone and you've got the stream. If I turn on the stream mic/aux, you're gonna hear echoing all over again. So let's not do that. Let's keep these disabled. Imagine having to flick open or flick on and flick off. Fix the aperture. The mic. It wouldn't be so bad if that's all it did. But because when you disable the mic and you don't have a backup mic, all your filters are gone. So, again, just to I'll just make a pretend audio source so you guys can see this. Let me see. Let's just make the input capture 2. I don't even care what kind of device it is. Let's go to filters. Here are all the filters I have access to. Also, maybe increase the size of this window. These are all the options we have. A 3-band equalizer, think of that as the ability to determine how nasally or basal your voice gets to sound. How much range my voice has when you're hearing it. Then we've got the compressor. This basically squelches out all of those highs so I don't peak your ear. I don't peak the microphone and hurt your ears. We've got the gain, which if you have a compressor, you need to put some gain back in. Then I have the limiter to literally keep your eardrums from bleeding out. It sets the maximum decibels. The noise gate, which I have a fan behind me. If I didn't have the noise gate on right now, you'd be able to hear that fan. And then we have the noise suppression, which is just an algorithm applied on top of the noise gate. Yeah, I have 6 filters with their own settings. Of course, I'm gonna bin this because it's not important. Imagine I don't think you guys have to imagine this anymore. And I'm speaking to a collective audience here. Imagine realizing someone's telling you, hey, you can't talk. And instead of just being okay, 1 second, I'll fix the mic. No, I have to sit there for 10 minutes. And I believe I sat there for 20, actually. Having to reapply those damn filters and making sure that it isn't some simpler thing oh, the mic is unplugged. I even unplugged my mic, by the way. Didn't fix it. I hate this. But there is literally nothing I can do when that audio issue shows up. I even took a test recording. I'm sorry, I'm venting. I don't mean to gab everyone's ears off about this shit, but I need to vent, or I'm gonna hold it forever, and I'm gonna hate, I'm gonna engage in self-hate, and I don't want that. I forgot what I was gonna say. I can't even self-hate properly. Let me stop to take a break and ask you how you're doing, Bibbybo, if you're still here. Most people, when they start to hear a streamer vent for any reason, people don't stick around for that. People get up and leave. I'm hoping that at least the capture card, like, fixes or like... So, I suppose I'm gonna vent a little more. Don't worry, we've spent half an hour doing stream-related things, and I have to go through all the patch notes again, all of them. So don't worry, I'm gonna tack on the 30-plus minutes to the end of stream tonight. Nobody is gonna be missing out on content. Guaranteed. So I had someone show up on my stream, or rather they were lurking in the background and opted to listen in, right? And they told me they were doing this after the stream was over. Cool, great, no problem. And they were like, this was a few days ago, they asked, they said, I have some criticisms for you if you're interested. It took me a few days to get back to them. I apologized for taking the amount of time I did, about 5 days, to get back to them and say, hey, if you still got those criticisms, I'd be more than happy to take them from you now. Do you still have them? And are you still interested? I was told, okay, your mic is great. I'm hoping the mic is still great. The overlay is too big for the stream, like, absolutely too big, and my game audio sucked. Cool, great. I don't have a problem taking criticism of things stink. It lets me know, hey, I can improve. They didn't tell me how the game audio sucked. They just said that it did. And I spent the next 3 days after I processed that set of criticisms, looking for every little thing that I could tweak on the game audio. That is excruciating. Because no one bothered to say, oh, well, the game audio sounds distorted. Maybe, like, check your capture card. Or, it sounds really tinny. It sounds chippy. Maybe, like, check wiring or something. I'm looking everywhere except the camera, because you guys aren't in the camera. You guys are over there. I know. This is a disaster of a stream. I'm gonna make this up to you guys. But I feel like I need to finish venting first. I'm not mad at this person. I want to be utterly and completely clear. I am not singling them out. I have not said their name. In fact, I'm going to avoid saying their name to protect them. Just in case anyone was thinking about getting irate and speaking on my behalf. I don't need that. But while the other two pieces of feedback were precise, this singular bit with the audio is the most imprecise feedback. It's better than getting nothing, granted, but it still sucks when I'm told it's garbage. Fix it. I couldn't spend more than 20 minutes tuning into your stream because the audio's like stunk to high heaven. Cool, tell me how it stunk. But I digress. You cannot force people to... Now, I can go back and have them clarify their opinion. They were real nice about it. It's just frustrating when it's not detailed. That's all. Or, if all you can pinpoint is that it's bad, send me an audio sample back. Or be willing to send me an audio sample. Or say, look at this highlight from this many days ago. something for help. So I can make this stream a better place for you guys. That's for Twitch and YouTube, and eventually Trovo when I get there. I don't want these audio issues plaguing us. I want to be able to fix that. I hope I'm not... Even though I'm venting, again, I'm not mad. I'm frustrated at the situation. I'm not frustrated at anyone, at all. I'm frustrated at myself. But I can't make self-frustration sound like I'm not frustrated with you guys. So I hope you guys can take me at my word about that I'm not angry at anyone here. I would never express my anger at a person on stream in public for people to hear. If I have to choose someone out, I will do it via text or through Twitch DMs. I'll do something so that I'm not calling out that person in public. Now we have spent 40 minutes not talking about stream stuff, so let me start over. My name is Coin, or Swirling Vortex, or Steven. You can call me any of those things. Don't call me Shirley, and Shirley, don't call me Collect. Welcome to the Elden Ring Reforged experience, filled with audio glitches of the word. No, I'm kidding. No, actually, it's not even close. Usually it's like a patrol glitch or visual glitching or typos, or it's small nitpicky stuff that ends up making its way to Reforged. Team Reforged is the hardest working set of people I think I have met in my entire lifetime, and they have come out with this beauteous, glorious version 12 patch of Elden Ring. Now, I'm not going to go over all of it, but I will say that there are a couple of things in this that are worth listening to for everybody's benefit. First and foremost, there are several mods, or several DLL-style mods that have been incorporated. Of the ones that I'm not using are the alt saves, because they bug out with the Metis Mod Manager, MMM for short. And the other one is the ultra wide fix. I do have a wide monitor, but it is not ultra wide, so I couldn't use the ultra wide fix even if I wanted to. The other three, however, the title skip, the transmogrify, and the FPS unlock, I do in fact have. I will have to go look at the base mods to figure... we could kind of piecemeal together what the title skip does. Come on, it's in the name. But the transmogrify armor and the FPS unlock, I'll need to actually sit and read over to tell you what it does. The file arrangement for ERR has changed. You still set up the UI like normal. That has not changed. However, now, instead of doing anything else, if you are just an end user and you are downloading Reforged, you're not doing anything else, you're not manually unpacking your mods, you could just click Launch Elden Ring Reforged, and it will launch Elden Ring Reforged. Just make sure your base game is up to date, and you've logged into it and back out of it before you click this, and you should be good to go. Elden Ring Reforged now basically has separate saves compared to your vanilla game, so you will never risk loading a file from a different game again. That isn't happening. The frustration with the interplay between alt saves, which is the DLL that makes this happen, and what we were doing for both the LP and the Deathless routing is a reason why I'm not using it. But please, if you're an end user, definitely consider checking it out. Make sure you give the alt saves a try. I don't think you'll regret it, not even in the slightest. And I have the stuff ready to use it when it becomes pertinent. Additionally, our boss count got upped by 2. This is one of the most crucial things for us for this run. Why you're here? There are 2. There are 2 Felthorn spirits that guard 2 items. They're late in the game. I've already plotted them into the split manager we're using for this, so it won't be until late in the game. But I did go ahead and program them, and of course they're fire-themed bosses, because why not? So our fire build is going to be up against a wall for that, just like it will be for Azash. I can't wait. The other more important thing, everything else I think you guys can read. If you guys type in !ERR in all lowercase, I'll do a demonstration now. For YouTube, it'll take a second. That the mod page has you'll need to make sure you have the description as your active sub-tab. But the description on that mod page has access to the wiki as well as the Discord, where you can read these notes in more detail. The other thing I wanted to just kind of preface is we have to do a respec because of the changes to 3 stats: mind, endurance, dexterity. The 2 we care about are mind and dexterity. Essentially, mind now completely takes the place of dexterity. We do not need it anymore. Mind now increases the cast speed of skills, and it does all of its other usual things. Endurance increases stamina recovery speed. Let's make sure we get that correct. And maximum stamina, like it normally does. Dexterity is now I want to say the only 2 things it does now are, we can actually look at the explanations for these. It also softens fall damage, as well as makes it harder for us to get knocked off of Torrent. The rest, again, the rest of this is now stuff you guys can read. And hopefully it's been on the screen long enough for you to have read it, joined the Discord, looked at the website, looked at the wiki, whatever have you, to read it all. And again, I want to thank Bibibo for helping me through that really frustrating audio experience. We spent half an hour, well actually we've spent 3/4 of an hour not doing anything stream related. Also, because I was quiet during that entire time, during that half an hour interval, I will go ahead and also mention to you guys that we have a new mount that we're showcasing. This one is made by Panda Migdala, and it is the Frozen Reindeer mount. If everyone here remembers Horsefuck Valley in the Ivory King DLC from Dark Souls 2, it's the Frozen Valley, where you're roaming through this blizzard, and deer or horses are constantly attacking you from within the blizzard. Yeah, this is a model based on that. It's a really cool mount. I'm not sure. Like, I got the normal one with all the cool special effects, the smoke, the lightning. I don't know if it's going to play nicely with Reforged, but if it doesn't, we at least have Spiky Wonder Boy to look at. Just wanted to make sure I got that out. Look at our friend here. This may be one of those it functions well outdoors kind of horses and not anything else. Is that a rune piece over there? It's got the glow like it. Now, this is not something that will make it into the final run, but we will have to go respec. I think I said that before already. Just kind of how it is. Sorry. It's what happens when Team Reforged mucks about with the stats. Not much you can do there. I'm looking forward to seeing how these changes are going to pan out. I like it when things shake up the status quo. Also, I'm going to ask again, because I am paranoid about this shit. Is everyone capable of hearing me? Do I sound clear? Does the game audio quiet down a bit when I'm talking over it, etc., etc.? I would really appreciate any additional feedback people are willing to provide me over that, as this is not the first time that I have had audio issues. Bibibo has helped me with no more or no less than 3 separate instances of this. Not fun. Not fun in the slightest. Make sure I'm not too close nor too far. Now, I already feel fucking exhausted just from having to frantically repeat myself during this first hour. I don't know how I'm gonna make it through the next 3 the next 4. But I'm gonna try for you guys. You're worth it. Let's go get a respec on, assuming we even have a larval tier to do this with. We had a dexterity of 25 as per investment, so that's 15 points that can likely go toward... Let's see, how do we want to do it? Should those just be arcane investment points? I feel like those should just be arcane investment points. I'm not sure.
Art thou now? Now.
Okay, so we have 86 levels to spend on this. We do not need to pump dex any further. It is fine. We're gonna make the rest of these exactly where they are. And we'll see how many points we have to play with. We have 11 points to play with. Okay, I'm fine with mind being at this value. And the rest can go into arcane. That's perfect. We weren't ever going to really use our weapons for anything except, except as fodder, except as, like, stat sticks. So I'm fine with this. Now, that we are finally, you guys can finally hear me. I'm sorry, I'm completely floored by this whole experience. Okay. The very next bit of business I was going to cover when we were done going over the patch and everything, and after we respec, was I got a new, I made a new soundbite. So who here is familiar with Savage Streets, 1984? It's got, is it Linda Blair? Is that her name? Hold on, I gotta look this up. I think it's Linda Blair. Like a super messed up thing here. Let's enlighten ourselves together. Yep, it's this. It's Linda Blair. Yeah, I got it correct. Good, good. And it's the part of the movie where like she's chasing after spoilers. It's an old movie, but spoilers. She's chasing after a group of like basically teenage thugs, let's call it. No, thug might be a little charged. Hooligan. There we go. Teenage hooligans who murdered her sister, the protagonist's sister. They threw her off a bridge. So she suits up, she puts on a crossbow and has some other stuff, and she goes out and rigs this warehouse. And two of the hooligans show up, and she's got the place bear trapped. Like, the traps are everywhere. And she's got the whole pre-recorded voice shtick as well added on top. Really cool, really neat scene. She confronts the actual guy who... No, it's one of the guy's right hands. If it wasn't the actual murderer himself. She eventually steps out into the open in this warehouse, and they have a little exchange, and then she says this before she shoots him in the head.
Too bad you're not double jointed. Because if you were, you'd be able to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
8 seconds of pure joy entered my mind as I realized just how much of a badass that Linda Blair portrayed in that film. That was the awesome sentence that really scintillated the whole thing. Now, you can find the Savage Streets on YouTube. You can't find the full thing, I'm afraid. It's got like a nude scene in it, and people are carved into pieces and are stabbed repeatedly with a knife. But you can find like 1 hour and 11 minutes of the stuff on YouTube. That's where I pulled this from. I basically made a note of where she says this quote. I went into Audacity, I cut out the audio, and here we go. Here's the quote. It's awesome. Now, what else? What was our next bit of business that we were going to do while I was muted? Don't worry. This is all getting added to the amount of time I'm spending extra. We're at 56 minutes. I'll bump it up to an hour. See, I already talked about the fact that we had the 2 bosses that we were adding to this. Trying to think. I can't remember. But what I'm gonna do is this. We're gonna go ahead and take a break. I realize it's early, and I apologize for this, but I think in the interest of keeping pacing, we should do that. For those of you that are on YouTube, these are gonna be a rather lonely 5 minutes. For those of you on Twitch, there will be 90 seconds of ads to accompany your 5 minutes. I'm gonna get up, wash my face, because I'm stressed to high hell. I'm gonna rotate out some laundry and do maybe 1 or 2 other maintenance tasks, and I hope to be back in those 5 minutes. I thank anybody who's stuck around with me up until this point. I really want to thank anybody who's maybe who stuck around for the bad audio. I really do apologize about that. When I come back, I'll also tell you guys why I'm an hour late to start with. And with that, I will see you guys after this commercial break. Thank you very much. I am back. Sorry about that. My maintenance tasks took slightly longer than expected. Hopefully everybody is doing all right. Just try to like... I never did like... I really need to get like a lapel mic. Maybe I could start banking enough clients that I can do this sort of thing. And then eventually I'll be money positive. I just want to say thank you guys so much for sticking around. I really appreciate it. We're gonna try to make these next 4 hours be poppin'. We're gonna make it be poppin'. And by poppin', you know what that means. We got the Academy Gate to go back to. We're gonna get this show on the road. Something I kind of want to throw out there to you guys, just as like a, you know, a poll. I'm curious to see what you guys think. Do you guys think that the overlay is too big? I'm going to put that into a poll. I'm also going to engage with YouTube on this one. You guys now see the same stuff. I'm curious what you guys think too. So give me just a second while I type all this up, okay? Okay, I got these all set up. So just click yay for it's too big, or no for it's not too big. And what I mean by the game display is like the game you're seeing on the screen. So anything that I am moving around my mouse cursor on, do you guys think the game display is too small? That's probably another way of wording it. Someone told me it was, but I think before I just chuck everything I made in the trash, I'd like to maybe get some other opinions. Because if it is too big, then, you know, I gotta go back to square one and think again about, you know, what makes a good overlay and how I'm gonna fit all this stuff on the screen, or figure out what doesn't need to be on screen. Like, what can I say in a title? What can I say in like in the split counter? What can I do differently that would make the stream more appealing overall for everybody? Don't worry, you guys have plenty of time. I set the poll for 10 minutes, and I think I have to tell YouTube I'd like to end the poll, so I'll probably give you guys about the same amount of time if I'm being utterly honest. Probably want our arcane at what?
Your
70?
thoughts, your ambitions.
Yeah, it's at 62 right now. And that makes our equipment at 235, which is pretty good. I guess before we really get started, we should... do we have anything to, like, actually give to Hugh? No. No, not really. Yeah, we don't have any meaningful upgrades that we could even make. So no, I'm gonna wait. Instead, we're gonna take this beautiful puppy back out to the other side and keep moving. We got a nighttime boss we gotta kill. Welcome to the Bellum Highway. You gonna show up here, Bach, or what?
Your seems he's all pleased, I'm sure.
One thing I did want to tell you guys, this was kind of important. I should have gotten it out when people were chatting actively in here. I will not be streaming on Friday. I have a house-sitting venture that I need to go do. It will last until Sunday, so the Monday stream will work, or will be normal. It will be fine. But well, at least as far as I know. Now, depending on what my other house-sitting client has in store, I may or may not have additional missed streams. It's just the reality of being an adult, guys. Gotta focus on making money and climbing out of debt. But I'm gonna do my best to minimize the impact on these streams, and that means I'll need to think about how I want this house-sitting business to go. That can happen later. But the important part is Friday to Sunday, I won't even have internet. I'll be able to use my mobile hotspot, but that'd be about it. And we all know how trashy that kind of internet can be. And it's very power hungry. What was I doing here again? Oh yeah. Hello, Bach.
Bok the sea ready to make... Oh, please.
Now, what are you willing to bet that there's some rune pieces hanging out just on the end? I could definitely see a couple of spots where we could totally make it up here. There ain't no way we're making this at all. Just get down. Get down and get out. I don't know where I was going with that. I don't think you have anything good to say, but you know what? I'm curious. What do you say?
You... Please, you're... All you can do without even the half-crescents that wish to behold.
No, I am not, planning on being a coward. How dare you? I gotta cut you up. Nah, I'm not gonna do that. That would be, in and of itself, very cowardly. Would you cut up figure reader Enya if she gave you a bad fortune? Probably not. Well, alright then. Let's not cut up a different finger maiden for even less than savory reasons. So, for those of you, I should probably type this now rather than wait until later. If you guys notice that I'm in a boss fight and I don't reply to your statement, I will acknowledge it, but I won't necessarily reply. You can rest assured that it is... Hello. Yep. Run! Dude, I hid behind the thing. Get away! Holy hell! I just wanted to tell people that I wasn't interested in talking to them, or... That's not true. Ah, damn it. gotta mind. Gotta mind all this. Come on. Oh my god. He just pushed her. Like, totally. Come on. Ah. Oh. Wait. I'm sorry, what happened? Where'd she run off to? Oh no. Please don't tell me we actually killed a finger reader. Oh, that was funny, but that may end up actually biting us in the ass. Okay. I think they just respawn when you load the area. Thanks, Bibby-Bo. Good reassurance. But still, that was funny. And you know, part of me was expecting for her to be pushed. I wasn't expecting her to be pushed into the ground, right? I wasn't expecting just her head and her little shoulders and her hunched over back to be poking out of the ground. I thought that was rather funny. Okay. Next up, we got the northeastern Erd tree. We all know what that means. It's time for Hyetta's little quest line with the fingerprint grape. So here's hoping that we will find some easy to grab rune pieces in the meantime. Wait, I remember there being one kind of like over here. Or somewhere nearby-ish. Forgive me, I'm having to like do some scanning. Not to be mistaken with the scanning action from the Visitors. You know, that weird alien-like series where when they talk about scanning people, what they mean is flaying them open like a, you know, like a cow in a slaughterhouse. Rip out whole chunks of flesh. I'm probably misremembering the name of the series, but it's very creepy shit. It's very gut-wrenching. It's, to me, those sorts of scenes have the same vibe as Game of Thrones. Is it Pedro Pascal? I think that might have been the guy who actually got his skull pressed in. Interestingly, he also let people, the real man, let people put fingers near his eyes. Real fun. What a character. Not the wisest decision, but I do remember a mustached man getting his eyes pressed into his skull, and that was enough for me. That one scene turned me off from the rest of the whole thing. And I know Game of Thrones has like the sauciest, has like the sauciest lines, the biggest drama, and like pretty good fight scenes for what it's worth. But the gore, man, the gore, I can't. I tried, but my constitution, I just don't have the constitution for that sort of thing. I really don't. I suppose, it looks like the poll is coming to a close. So I'm gonna go ahead and end the poll for YouTube. Pull this out. View the results of said poll. Nobody voted. Hooray! Nobody voted on whether the thing was too big or not. And now oh, it's because it's not active. That's what it is. Let's fix that. Okay, OBS, I need you to cooperate with me. Thank you. So, I'll ask it directly just one last time, just in case. What do people think about the overlay? Like, when I'm talking about the overlay, I'm talking like the whole package you see on screen. Like, how's the size of the viewing screen for the game compared to everything else for you? Do you mind things being where they are? Do you think there should be more game, less overlay? Are you in the other camp for some strange reason? And I say you, but I mean a collective you, of course, and not wanting to single anybody out or anything. But if someone is going to tell me my overlay is too big, I would love to, like, get more insight, like, why people might think it's too big. Is it just a case of I've dedicated too much space to, you know, like the visuals? Should it be minimalistic? I don't know. And I'm not going to know unless people talk to me. And I don't want to force people to talk to me or anything. That's why the polls are there, but welcome to... If you ever create content for yourselves, to any audience, be prepared for this. Where people are not... we need to actually talk to Hyetta before we just begin this. Where people... Oh, God. I thought I was gonna die. Where people don't tell you more than the bare minimum and just expect you to figure it out. And I'm not trying to be passive-aggressive. I'm literally making observations that I've asked for input before on, like, on the LP or on not even just Elden Ring related stuff. I've asked for input on lots of things, and generally, if it isn't something that directly impacts them, they give 0 fucks and will not talk to you. That's just the truth of it. People are too inured with their own lives, and I realize I'm saying it like I'm this vengeful, petty person. It's just the language I've chosen, honestly. But the world's an unstable place. And so nobody is compelled. Nobody feels compelled to give their input when the world already asks too much of them. They want the streamer, the content creator, to figure it out and just follow the algorithm. But the thing about algorithms is that unless they're finely tuned to something, all they're going to show you is who's viewing the video or the stream when, for how long, and maybe perhaps what part of the stream they tuned out at. If they tuned out the second the overlay shows up, I have no way of knowing if it's just the overlay, if it was something I said or did, if, you know, the game audio was distorted or I wasn't talking, like Bibibo had to help me with earlier. I have no way of knowing that. Even if I go back and watch the VOD, I'm guessing. All of us content creators are guessing, unless you have a dedicated audience. That's the thing I really want to stress to people. is that you're free not to tell us anything, and that's fine. That's your right. And I certainly don't give out my opinion on streamer content creator setups often. But when I do, I make sure I am precise, and I retract anything that isn't. Like, I recently talked to a YouTuber about their setup, and when I realized that, oh, I couldn't pinpoint what I was talking about, I edited the message. I edited the YouTube message and got rid of it because it wasn't useful.
Oh, hello. Have you ever heard there? I would truly distant, but I can't sense a thing, please. Without one hide. Their specialties without one hide.
Okay, Hyetta. We'll get you your grape, promise. But yeah, I'm not gonna harp on it further other than if people are going to give any kind of input, and I'm not saying, don't speak or don't feel, you're not free to make your thoughts known. You absolutely are. You don't even have to mention it during the stream. You can do what this person I was talking about did and DM that stuff to me. That's perfectly reasonable. That's perfectly reasonable. I accept that. A lot of people don't feel comfortable airing criticism on like an open stream. Like there's been too many incidences of people getting unnecessarily called out for that sort, or made unnecessarily uncomfortable over that sort of thing. So I get it. I absolutely do. And that's one of the easy ones. I get the feeling if I'm not careful, I'm going to die. So I'm going to focus on this jump for just a second. Got it? Got it. Cool. Anything up here? No, but we didn't get the rest site, so let's fix that. I don't think we have a late night boss for a while, so let's set it to morning. I never want to make anyone feel... Damn it. Yes, I don't want anyone feeling... Oh, damn it. That's an awful feeling to have. Like putting your thumb on a damn it. That's the military term for the... For the, like, the pins. The special pins on military uniforms. They have these tacks that you use to fasten them, and it's really common for military recruits to, in the process of buttoning up their uniform and getting it all correct for inspection, to accidentally put their thumb on top of the tack and press in, and the thing you're gonna hear is, damn it. And it's gonna be a yelp of pain. So yeah, I don't want anybody to feel uncomfortable. Especially when it comes to the environment on stream. I want people to feel safe. I also want people to feel entertained, and I'm hoping I'm doing a decent job of that. And if people have more I want to be careful. If people have more things they would like to say, like, oh jeez. I have to be extra careful. Ha! You thought you were gonna get me. Oh. So good. The Flame of Frenzy is just such an awesome spell. It's not even funny. Anyway, that's enough ragging about it. I'm curious, what do people think about the new patch? Has anyone had a chance to oh shit. Has anyone had a chance to play it yet? Like, this is the first day today I'm spending, you know, flitting through it, and that's oh, if I see a change worth mentioning, great. And I think the biggest change we can feel so far is just the stats, right? It's the stats. Come on, show me what you got. Oh god, you do not want your back turned to a cuckoo knight. I don't think that attack is gonna work there, bud. You're gonna need to, you know, not hold... You can't be doing the Virgil thing of, like, holding your blade up like this. It's kind of hard, but you can't be holding your hands up like this, getting ready to stab in, and I'm gonna have a madness spell prepared for you if you do. Perhaps even I've got this to say to someone like that.
You like that? It's called getting whooped.
That's another thing. What do you guys think about the soundboards, if anything? Okay? Meh, I could care less. You know, part of the reason I invested in a soundboard, or like found one online, was specifically for you guys. Because soundboards are supposed to add comedic value, right? At least that's what they say. It's supposed to add comedic value. I personally think that soundboards don't really add that much unless you can be... They're good accents. They are not a humorous replacement for anything. You still have to naturally be funny. And that's the problem with me. To me, I think the soundboard is just gonna sound like a giant cop-out. Oh, that I can't say something funny. So I press something funny, and because of my vaunted, twisted sense of humor, it's not actually anything people find funny. It's stuff I find funny. So I don't know, I'm always curious. I'm always seeking feedback. I think that's a thing about me that might also chafe people. That are like, dude, we don't care. Just play the game. Or whatever. And I think that's one of the things that people would never say, except again in private apparently. But how are we supposed to how are we supposed to know if something is... Do we just... Streamers do not develop a sixth sense for this. Guys, I've gotta tell you, there are many people out there who just make the mistake. They do the thing that everyone says not to do, and that is how they learn. I am a person whose anticipatory skills are fine in combat, but when it comes to people, because I have trained myself not to anticipate people, I try to just watch. Like, anticipation, any anticipatory skills I have are for movements. Do I think someone's gonna reach for a knife? Do I think someone is getting ready to throw hands, like engage in violence? Do I think that someone is gonna try to puff their chest out real big and make themselves real scary? That's the kind of anticipation I practice. When it comes to, anticipating what things people are gonna say, I could do that sometimes on people I know. That is to say, it's not very good otherwise. So I just try not to anticipate what things people are going to say in the first place. I just don't do that. So I'm also not the type of person who lends a supreme amount of stock into algorithmic observations, because I could just be overblowing it. I could just be overestimating what my eyes are seeing and what my ears are hearing. You gonna come this way? Alright then. Don't worry, we will be heading over to a boss soon enough. I just want to get any like relatively easy rune pieces that we can find. Also, I don't want to be fighting bosses and suddenly have these trebuchets like point back this way. I think that's a very that's like a recipe for disaster, right? Or at least it is to me. Alright, Sir Cuckoo Knight. I can see that guy coming over the horizon. Oh, wow. Now again, I have to be very careful because in the real run, I would not be allowed to do this. It's a glitch. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, there is a... You gonna come this way or not? There is a glitch where if you kill a horse and its rider with, specifically the horse that the rider is, like, mounted on, with a fire spell or fire damage, the rider does not have a known animation for that, dismounting from a burning corpse, and so they die as well. It is very much a glitch. Like, I'm aware that it is an exploit and would not be allowed to do that. Strangely, it's only in the modded game and not in vanilla where this happens, if I recall correctly, but it's been a glitch for about as long as Elden Ring Reforged has been around. It's one of the few things we have not managed to shake, and I've asked Kirnifr and Avidian about this. Mainly Avidian. It's rare for me to catch Kirnifr at intervals where they'll talk to me directly, and usually I don't come across with the greatest level of detail. Kirnifr is a very quick-spoken person, and I say this as someone who is very much on the opposite end of that spectrum. I'm long-winded and do not finish my sentences that easily. I can ramble on. Kirnifr is not this person. They are very quick with their sentences. Now, granted, I have not heard the chap speak. It is entirely possible. They are just as slow on the speech as me. Like, anybody who... Actually, I guess that's a neat thing, is that one of the really cool things about Reforged is that we have an awesome community. I'm gonna type in the command here. This should be the correct one. That little command, !ERRD, will take you to the Reforged Discord. And one of the neat things about our community is that people stream there constantly. Now, they are not content creators. Most of them are not. And the one other guy that we did have, Great Mighty Poe, he left. It's just me and, like, Luna now, and one or two others. So I'm doing my best to hold on to the mantle of, you know, content maker for our little community. But if you just want to hang out with the boys and the girls that'll tell you about the birds and the bees and the flowers and the trees and the moon up above and everything you want to know, sorry, I couldn't resist that joke. It had to be said. Right, if you want to be part of that community, !ERRD is how you're going to get there. Now, I do not frequent the streams. That does not mean that they aren't there, just that I've never been. But who knows, maybe Kirnifr does speak. But usually, when I'm looking at, like, the stream list, it's like someone else. And Kirnifr and sometimes even Avidian both just sit there and have the thing, like, muted and deafened, so they can't really hear. Maybe it's like a server mute or a server deafen or whatever. You know, like notifications turned off. And here I am rambling about doing absolutely nothing productive. My bad, guys. We gotta go up there and get the other Cuckoo Knight that's on this side. This is a huge encampment, not gonna lie. But yeah, I've never actually had... Maybe Avidian is the one? Oh shit. Damn it. Well, come on then. Show me your moves. All right, sure. Yeah, I'm not oh, you got the power up anyway. Nice. Alright, now we'll switch over to our axe, because we should have easier enemies from this point. Oh, this axe is gonna get hella good. I'm sorry, guys. I'm just a little bit exasperated from having to talk that full, like, 40 minutes, get flustered, have Bibibo help me out. I'm winded. I'm winded. I'm still holding on to that. I know that it's such bad form. It really, truly is. But it also doesn't help that, you know, I'm in heavy clothing, in a warm household, and that my left and right, my left shoulder and my right arm are hurting. I did consider backing out of the stream because of, you know, pain. Like, I could deal with the rest. My performance might not be great, but I could deal with the rest. The pain on top of it all is a bit much. Now, for those who don't know what I'm talking about, I apparently am experiencing some tennis elbow, you know, some stiffness that comes along with, you know, repeatedly doing the same things with your arms over and over again. might have to do some stretching on top of the 50 different other things in order to, you know, manage everything accordingly. Medicine doesn't really seem to be touching. I mean, it's touching it now, but it definitely took a while for me to actually feel something. Oh, right, you wanted to see what this chest was. I think it's the Cuckoo set, if I remember correctly. Sure is. Okay. We got it. Magic attack power of weapons. And I like that language has been cleaned up so we know that, oh, you're not gonna see a caster equipping that stuff unless they're like a spell blade or, you know, some other kind of close quarters fighter with magic power. This part right here is kind of interesting. Again, we only need to oh, hello. I need to be careful. There's a tower. Yeah, I'm dead. And is a death on the way there, but in fairness, this was a spot where I actually expected to die. That particular tower was just very nasty. Yuck. Gross. Okay. Sorry. Again, heavy clothes plus hot house means fans gotta be... Fans gotta be right nearby. Now we gotta go through the entire process of actually bypassing these encampments again. I sure hope it's something we're able to do, and I don't suddenly die on the way there. Okay, what is this? A rune art. I might pop one. Now, is there a... Oh, I feel like there's a rune piece on this, but I don't see one. Yeah, we're gonna not shake hands with danger. I need to put that... Oh, fuck you, you piece of shit. You awful dragonfly. And I see the Cuckoo Knight over there. Okay, I need to... Oh, damn it! Run! Run! Get out, get out, get out, get out! Thank goodness we are behind where the cannons are. I don't know why I'm fighting these guys. I should just run. Leave. Oh. Quain is actually doing the smart thing for a change. Now we need to do it again. I think Torrent just took a bout of madness. I need to mind myself. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm really trying to make sure that I don't, you know, accidentally suffer madness. Because if we get struck by madness, we're dead. Oh, this is not good. Yeah, I thought that would happen. Alright, we're gonna get up here before the rats get us. And obviously, we need to use a non-madness-inducing spell, or we're going to have problems. And maybe not also, like, do other stuff. Okay, and we can get the other one now. Okay. Okay, good. Are we in combat? I don't think so. Yep. This is just an environmental hazard. That's fine. Oh my god. I needed to stop them from the floor. Yep. Unfortunately, this is definitely a case where we need to kill these guys, right? And this is why I say that. Because if we do not kill them, we cannot actually go to this Erdtree avatar and fight it. Because we'll be getting sniped by madness the entire time on the way there. And it's going to be a very unfun experience for us. We're going to constantly be getting on the horse and off the horse just to avoid not going mad. And even then, my reflexes are slow. So I might not make it in time if that is how we handle things. Thank goodness we can just gallivant through, or like gallop through these idiots and keep moving. Now we need to do that sequence again. Thankfully we got 2 extra rune arcs, so we're good to do this, and then after we kill those guys we're going to take a break. I think that's only suitable. And keeps the pacing quite well. Gotta be extra careful. I think if I go around this, if I jump around this side, we could skip those rats. Yep. We skip them. Oh, no, no, no. We have learned our lesson. Other schools of magic are going to serve as a better challenge on this. Huh. But these guys do not drop the fingerprint grapes, if you would believe. Nope. That's a different person. Now, in the interest of pacing, I know we keep taking these breaks earlier and earlier, but I promise we're taking them essentially about 1 hour apart. The only difference is like maybe 1 to 2 minutes. For those of you who've been here before, you guys kind of know exactly what these breaks are. 5 minutes and 90 seconds of ad time. For those of you who don't know, I generally am away from my desk about once every hour, just to kind of like detox, de-stress, stretch my legs, get a drink, do other maintenance tasks, that sort of thing. And I do occasionally come back to check whether or not you guys have chatted or typed or whatever. But generally, if I do come and make such a check, it's like for less than 10 seconds. It's not enough time for me to actually remember anything of what was said. Anyway, I'm getting carried away. It is break time. It is mandated break time. I will see you guys after this commercial break, and after that, I guess I have some chilling to do, don't I? Gotta do something to keep these lights spinning. Thank you guys very much for sticking with me up to this point, and I will see you guys after the commercial break. Thank you. I'm back. Sorry about that. I don't think I was incredibly late, but I will apologize for that anyway. I want to thank everybody again for stopping by or hanging out. I really appreciate it. Before we continue on, first I want to apologize for being late at the start of stream. I honestly thought I was going to be in too much pain to even stream at all. I thought I was going to be unable to make it. I'm not afraid to cancel or change more stream times if necessary, so that I am not streaming when I am unable to concentrate or think straight. I'm hoping that I won't even have to do that, that this whole tennis elbow thing will settle down and, you know, it doesn't advance into something further. But that does mean I have to do my best not to strain myself so that that actually happens. The other thing is, if you guys like this content, or, you know, you guys like to hear my voice, or just want Elden Ring Reforged content to watch, because let's be honest, most people are playing Convergence, and people who like Reforged are going to be hard-pressed to find anyone who doesn't give it a heavy dose, a heavy hand of criticism as well. Definitely consider leaving a follow or a subscription on YouTube. Lets me know. A follow on Twitch or a subscription on YouTube lets me know that you like the content or you want to be here. Additionally, liking the VODs after the fact or sharing the channel are even better ways of supporting me for free. They require no money at all, just an investment of your time and energy. And I appreciate any investments that anyone makes in that regard. If you would like to support me further, like more directly in a financial manner, for those of you on YouTube, I have supplied my Coffee and Patreon links. Those will have to do until I'm YouTube partner. For those of you on Twitch, you have the subscription tier system. And obviously once Trovo starts up, oh god. Hang on. Once Trovo starts up, we'll have those packages to work with as well. And I know there are more rats. I can hear them. You guys will have all the Trovo packages as well. And they are more or less exactly like Twitch, but rated cheaper. Come on. And I'll have to reevaluate all the packages in terms of how much it costs on Trovo to support it, but I think generally it's going to be cheaper. You've got the $2.99, the $4.99, and the $8.99 for the various tiers on Trovo, and you've got other stuff you can spend as well. It's got a heavy magic theming, so you've got elixirs, you have mana, which is essentially channel points, and you can have these special commands called spells set up. It's really cool. It's like a really nice alternate take on everything Twitch has to offer. I'll have to evaluate all the benefits for Trovo, but you guys will have that stuff as well. For the benefits packages, simply following or subscribing is enough to get you into the Discord. You know, that's free. I'm cultivating a little community, and every soul that passes through our Discord is one that brightens our day for at least a few minutes. Definitely consider checking it out. I will be in the process of getting some emotes and stuff approved for Discord use. I have to resize them, unfortunately, Discord does not auto-size these things for you. You have to size them up yourself. But I will be getting some benefits packages for that rolled out. Outside of that, whenever we vote on games, a tier 1 subscription will get you the ability to vote on said game, like guaranteed. For Patreon, coffee, so on. It's like, I think the $1 or $2 package gets you the ability to vote on games we pick, for either to stream or move on toward, trying to remember. It's been a while. I have to go back and revisit all those things. I'll have plenty of time to do that while I'm house sitting. On top of that, you get emotes. You get 5 for following. I have 5 set up for the first tier subscription. So those are the 2 biggest benefit packages I have on Twitch. The tier 1 package is the best bang for your buck. Prime Gaming will get you most of the same things, except for the reduction in ads. If you want no ads, there are 2 ways to do this. One is through an individual Twitch subscription. The other is through Twitch Turbo. Who wants to give Daddy Bezos more money, more yachts, more internet censorship? Who wants all that? Consider a sub to me instead. Twitch takes half, so I guess Bezos is still getting some money in the end. And he is technically my employer, so I better be careful. But come on. I think anybody could forgive me for a little bit of reverse psychology, you know? Maybe that's how I sell it to you, is through reverse psychology. Anyway, a tier 1 sub gets rid of the ads for specifically my channel. Twitch Turbo for $12.50 something a month removes all the ads from every streamer that you ever watch on Twitch. We get the ad revenue that would normally be passed up on by you skipping the ads by using Twitch Turbo, so that is an incentive for you to use Twitch Turbo. And you know, if Twitch ever does away with the whole tiered benefit system, and you know, Twitch Turbo is just gonna kind of be the thing that everybody's gonna have to have. And then all of us streamers are gonna be exclusively relying on donations, tips, or other things. So the Twitch Turbo is something to keep an eye on. That's about as much as I could say. I guess for YouTube, there's YouTube Premium, but YouTube Premium doesn't really benefit anyone else at the moment, or it certainly doesn't benefit me. I'm not a YouTube partner. I'd love to be one, but that's gonna take time. I need to watch out for this guy. Nice. I know, we've done everything except this bloody boss, right? Did we get erudition? I believe we got erudition. Yep, we sure did. Oh, that means we can go back and unlock the other one now. May erudition light your way. Come on. Unlock the damn seal. Oh, this has got to be one of those. We need to do it from a specific distance. Oh, hey, look. Look, Ma. Holding hands. Nah. May erudition light the way. We gotta be like right up on this thing, don't we? Must solve the puzzle to enter. I'm trying, game. You need one of them. Oh, God. We might need a mage helmet. Do we even have one? Shit. I think we might have to go farm a mage helmet. This would be the time where I really regret not having one. Jeez. Hold on. I know in vanilla you did. I was almost positive that Reforged, like, stripped the requirement out of this. Hold on. Go to gestures. I know, Fextra. Everyone's favorite inaccurate place to, like, look at things, but I need this as a quick reference. Oh, the converted towers. Okay. It doesn't matter which one. Both converted towers, I believe, are the same in this regard. Oh, the yeah, okay. So the Fringe Tower, I think, might require a crown. Okay, it has to be a glintstone crown that lights up. Thank you, Bibibo. That was extremely helpful. I had totally forgotten that there's a difference. Let's see if there's a rest site nearby so I don't have to repeat this. I ultimately think, oh, you know what? It's the Erdtree avatar. That's kind of what we need. Hello. I guess let's go kill ourselves a tree. And I guess we also have, like, the fingerprint Night Vite to worry about as well. I honestly don't know which one is going to be worse. I think I even forget what this particular Erdtree avatar does. Shit. Revenants everywhere. Revenants everywhere. Scary people without temptation. Run. Oh, this is awful. So many hits in this one area. And these piddly little projectiles interrupt you drinking. Like, you have no poise. Well, okay, I have no poise through this. No, you stop. Wow. No. Oh, okay. There is no... Well, I should say there's no way to dodge them. It's just there's so many at once. Okay. So let's make a note. East of the minor Erdtree, we have a group of enemies we need to avoid. Because they guard a sign here. So for those of you who are curious and want to know what I'm doing, right. So if you guys want to know more about this document I'm typing on, it would be !deroute. I'll demonstrate this now. You guys should have viewing privileges to look at that document. It's basically, I do my best to try to have things that you guys can interact with and ask questions about. So like, yeah, perhaps me having a command for the document, you know, cuts out me saying, oh, there's a document for this, here's the link. You know, it cuts out that part of the discussion, but maybe you guys could come up with a question like, oh, I see this is in your build notes, or route notes, or whatever. You know, would you mind telling me more about that? Like, what I'm hoping the route document does is it does 2 or 3 different things. First, it serves me in making sure to keep all the details of this route straight. Second, it allows it ensures transparency, because the conclusions that I draw are going to be the same ones that you guys see when I'm playing and hear when I'm talking about it. There's no discrepancy. There's less of a barrier between my mind and yours. And lastly, it allows us to interact with the document with those thoughts and ask the more critical questions like, oh, why did you come up with that conclusion? You know, is it like this for all of the Erdtree avatars? Do you have to mind these special stat restrictions the whole way through? Etc, etc. There are tons of questions I could come up with, and obviously those are kind of bare bones in comparison to everything else. But my point is simply that it allows you guys to ask those questions if you want to. You do not have to, and I do not want to force anyone to engage with the content or engage with the materials. Those are strictly there for your benefit and mine, and for transparency purposes. And any other benefits we get out of it are, you know, bonus. They're absolutely a bonus. They're not critical to why the document is there, and I would put them up anyway, even if I weren't thinking about, you know, content engagement. I would still be putting that stuff there for transparency and for my own sake. Etc, etc. Okay, we need to jump down. Well, it's boss time. You guys know what that means. I will see you on the other side of this boss fight. I guess we gotta clear out the ads, don't we? That's something that's gotta happen. Oh, hello. Yeah, would you like to come over here? How about that? Oh, and you too? You watching your fellow brethren? All I wanted to do was activate a summoning pool, an effigy of the martyr. I know there were 2 people coming up over here. Come on. That's right this way. We got one more guy we have to get before we accidentally pull this Erd Tree avatar. Come on. Yell to your gods if you think that'll help you. Now, how much of a joke can we make this fight with the spirit summons? I'm willing to bet a decent amount. Oh, one of these, huh? What? Oh, that's both the tiers, huh? Nah, there are too many projectiles now. Okay. That only took 2 deaths. That is a +2 to the counter. Next one is the Deathless lift. But before that, we gotta check this area for rune pieces, right? Huh. I'm gonna, like, watch out for, like, the effects for a second. Because this particular mount is supposed to have, like, a lightning trail effect. Again, I don't think this mount's gonna play that nicely with Reforged, but I do know that that is something that it is supposed to do. Is it's supposed to have, like, the smoke and the lightning trailing after it. I definitely do not think this one plays nicely at all. Otherwise, it's kind of just a dull crystal mount. Woohoo! I think so far, out of all the ones we've showcased, guys, I would say the Falling Star Beast is like the best one by far. It's such a cutie. And on top of that, the saddle shows up and everything. That's something else that's just missing, is like the saddle. It's not even here. Now, is that the mod author's fault? No, of course not. It's mine for putting it in a you know, putting it next to a mod that already changes everything about the game. It's very likely that the smoke and blue lightning don't even work for this, like, at all. And even, like, the lightest version of the horse skin still adds the smoke. There's not like just a prettier crystal with no extra effects added. There's nothing of the sort at all for Reforged, and I think that's so sad that there are just so few compatible, you know, horse skins. Damn it. This is another easy one, by the way. One that we should definitely try to grab before moving on to better things. Come on. Get up there. That is the problem with these kinds of parkour challenges. These are like pretty insidious things to have to grab, and I was about to lose it. I was about to have actual problems. Okay. We're climbing the man's... Never mind. Oh, I hate this. I never was the largest fan of these platforming challenges, but whatever. This is deliberately designed to only be done from the top, and you have one chance to get it right. And if you dismount to like resize the jump, too bad. Too bad for you. You're stuck. At least this horse isn't Jarrant, you know? I loved Jarrant, but you know what I didn't like about Jarrant was the fact that it was actually smaller than like base Torrent. So like Jarrant would be very good for an actual real playthrough, and you know, not a challenge run, not something where the posterity of everything is just as important as the actual experience playing the game. Dang it. I'm so close. I like the orientation has to be right. Yeah, it's basic. I basically gotta like throttle both jumps, and they've got to have equal momentum on the first and second. And we've got the orientation right. There we go. Fiddly, but we got it. Now we just have one bloody problem. We gotta get back up here. Okay, you know what? Not as bad as I was thinking. Clearly. I was exaggerating the difficulty. Alright. Any more, you know, sudden surprise rune pieces? Wanna crop their way out of the woodwork? By the way, please let me know if I'm, like, cutting out. I am doing my best to kind of, like, speak into the microphone, but it's difficult. As the cardioid setting on the mic basically means I'm locked into speaking dead on at the microphone. Basically, I need to speak into, like, a label area. So I can't look into the camera, because if I do that, I'm not speaking into the microphone. If I want to look at into the camera, I need to do something like this. But this blocks my face. So nobody likes it when the streamer blocks their face, so I can't have the microphone. I have to kind of like look down at it. If I look over to my left, or I look at the game, I'm not looking into the camera, nor am I looking into the mic. It's like I've got the technology, but the setup just isn't there. And I need to, like, completely uproot my room and, like, redo it. So that's not happening. And I don't really quite know how I would fix it in order to make it more conducive to streaming without also just ripping it all apart and doing it all over again. I do not want to have to get extra people involved just to do that. That that was bad. Very bad form. I need that Jackie Chan gif of, like, the animated stuff of him just, like, running away from a horde of monsters with his niece Jade. I need that. I guess let's try to maybe, I don't know. Right, we gotta figure out this whole thing with the... Oh god. I see you there, buddy pal. Friendo. Ah, screw you. Alright, Sir Mausoleum Turtle. Tortoise, you do that. Let's go back to the debate parlor. Yeah, let's go back to the debate parlor and let's see about getting a glintstone crown. We've got like over 200 points of item discovery, so it should be pretty easy for us. In fact, what we actually probably need to do is make a note about the academy. Okay, I've made a note about that. We won't forget the next time we do routing or any real runs. I don't know, should I do a second routing? I feel like I need to, but like I think in the second routing, if that's what we're gonna do, like we need to, I need to go faster and not just take over a month to do a run. Obviously it helps if I'm present for all the runs, but also this might definitely be one of those streams where after like the first route, like I get a playlist going for you guys and you can as long as a real I don't know, that's kind of a rough sell because I can't like if the list goes up on YouTube, not only can I be demonetized, but also the stream can just be stopped midway. I'm not sure how I want to handle that. Maybe I could spend that time talking about all the differences between like the first route and the second one. I'm unclear how I want to do things just yet. I don't know. I might have to really sincerely sit down and see like a Geno Machino VOD or something in order to get a sense for how long the routing should be for all bosses. Because there's a lot you gotta do. Oh. Hello. Would you like to die? Hold on. I got a meme for this. Take it away, Taki.
Are you ready to die?
And that was a pathetic failure on my part. I was about to say my fart and then realized that that sentence made even less sense than the speaking gaff. Come on, dudes and dudettes. I don't judge who's under that crown. Well, I want one of your crowns, gentlemen. You think you can do that? Oh, you found me. Here's your justice. There's gotta be a guy that sells these crowns. But lesson learned, kiddos. I'm definitely gonna keep a crown for this. Oh. Guys, you do not have to be this enthusiastic. I promise you, you don't need to have me live rent-free in your head. You can totally do something else. It's perfectly fine. Oh, the gank squad has arrived. Whoa, they're like psychic. Come on, kiddos. Go back down the stairs for me, please. And it's like, dang it. No, you don't. It's like, yeah, I got too many books to read. Gotta study for the upcoming carrying exam. The instructor for the carrion exam? Preceptor Celuvis. Yes, class, turn your textbooks to page 43. I'll have to try doing a snobbish Celuvis voice sometime. Dude, would you like to literally not do that? All right, sure. I definitely can see Preceptor Celuvis being like a Professor Quirrell and Professor Snape hybrid. He's got like the stutter thing going on, or some other speech impediment that's totally valid to have, by the way. But I suppose the real quality of Quirrell that I wanted to emulate was, being, kind of head up your own ass. Oh, no, you don't. It's too bad I couldn't get the critical strike off. What a shame. Oh, hello. Would you like to die? I just want your crowns, guys. I want your crowns. Is that so hard to understand? I want your headgear. Would you... hello? Come this way. I think there's a crab that drops a crown in the rooftop section. Dang it, Bobby. Nah, I'm kidding. Just kidding. Bibibo, I'm afraid we have killed that crab, which is why I am farming for it, as opposed to going right somewhere where a crown exists. I know the exact crab you're talking about. It's the one after the high page, right? On your way to the Staff of Azure. Yeah, very oof. Much oof. Mm-hmm. I didn't think I would need the crown. I guess that's what I get for not paying attention. It's definitely something that'll be corrected for the LP in any future routing attempts, but if this even makes it into like the final route for the runs, I don't know. I feel like half the stuff I do is just utterly irrelevant. What's the point? It gets me levels or it gets me gear, but not anything else of value. Although that being said, like, the levels are kind of worth it, seeing as how, you know, we're halfway to cap, and Kalè or Dragon Barrow is like 120. Yeah, come this way. We're just gonna do this loop a few times, although if we have any... Ooh, can we make this? No, we cannot. We do not have the recipe for gold-fouled feet. We are stuck with our 256 points of discovery, which admittedly ain't bad, like at all. 256 points of discovery is way more than reasonable if you're, you know, coming for this stretch of the game. I'm not sure what my mind wanted to say during the last portion of that sentence. Come on. Oh, I think our damage is actually high enough that we could just straight up kill them with a single fireball, which is always better, in my opinion. Dude? Hey, Kool-Aid Man, would you like to wake up? No? Alright, well, I guess Kool-Aid Man was, you know, too high on his own sample. On his own swill. Please, hold, Okay, Koi, let's try that again. Let's look at a drop table. I doubt that it is the same, but I'd like to look at a drop table nonetheless. Mostly what I expect to be the same as like the kinds of stuff on the drop tables, and not so much like the percentages. I expect those to have gone up. That would be the glintstone crowns. Doesn't matter about any which one, but potential helms, right. Yep, that makes sense. Okay, so if we go to these... Sell value, yep. Notes and tips. Worn but not dropped. Yes, so the guys we're killing have the Keralos glintstone crown. Most of them wear this. Is there any of the glintstone crowns that do drop from an enemy? I actually don't think so. I think there's one unique crown for there. Yeah, there's like one unique crown and there's no way to farm them. I wish there were just a page for these. At least we can filter by name. which is more than what I could say for a lot of these. This piece is... Okay, so we have the Haima glintstone crown. Unfortunately, these don't work because the glintstone has to glow when you do the gesture. Yep, no, that doesn't work either. Huh. Okay, so we have a few options. None of them are pretty, but we have some options. We almost hardlocked ourselves out of this, however. We either have to complete Sorcerer Selen's questline to do this, or get really close. We have... And it has to be one of the 6 conspectus crowns, so like Lusat's wouldn't work. Carolus, Lazuli, no, there's 6 crowns. I think it might be the like the all 6 conspectus schools. With any Academy Glintstone Crown. Okay, so it does include the ones with blindfolds on them. That's good. Other than Herodis and Haima. Well, and that's this and this. That makes sense. So we have 4 crowns. This one, this one, this one, and these other 2. Okay. Now we know we need to keep the we either need to get the we either need to keep the Twin Sage Glintstone Crown, which might be a little bit of a tall ask because the high page there is ruthless, or we need to get the one when you come out of the debate parlor. No, I'm sorry. No. There's like a we just did this. Where is this? When you come out of the schoolhouse, schoolhouse classroom, you take a left. You go into like the room with a bunch of the bookshelves. You knock out the illusory wall. There's a balcony outside. And I think you head out left from that balcony, and eventually it wraps around to the area just before the schoolhouse classroom. You have to go up. There's like a progressive set of steps that you jump up to, and this crown should be here. There's also the nope, I take that. I was about to talk about the one in front of the watchtower, but that particular glintstone sage does not drop that crown. Okay. We're learning. Learning has occurred. Of course, the learning was painful, but it did occur. We're good. We can stop farming now. Because the farm was never going to get us anything. We can at least get this one, I think. I don't think this one requires the glintstone crown. It's just the converted fringe tower that requires it. I'm going to be upset, of course, if that is not the case, but only one way to find out, right? And that is to do it for yourself. Come on. Bingo. Okay, so it is just the converted fringe tower that requires it. I want to say this one has just a memory stone in it for pickup, which admittedly a memory stone for us is like a huge upgrade. But let's find out. Yeah, memory stone. Neato. How many extra spell slots do we have now? Do we have enough for an extra? Oh, we have enough for a lot. We have enough for a lot. Okay. So we need 35 faith if we want to use Howl Shabriri. We will need to upgrade faith to make that happen. We should be allowed the use of these spells. I took a look at the hit list rules, and I didn't see anything in there. Like, I know you're allowed to use a buff skills, but buff spells is like a different story, right? Also, I'm definitely balding. I just now realized. Oof, when it happens on stream, when you notice your own flaws on camera. Gross. Very gross. Okay. Unfortunately, we don't actually have any, like, healing or anything that we would want to put in these slots, other than Howl of Shabriri, and we don't need that either. Other than, like, damage. So I guess we're stuck for the time being, at least on that. Where is... We should have definitely gotten Frenzied Burst by this point. Let's look at that piece of information. I don't think that's changed. We may have already been... Nope. South of the Church of Inhibition. Ah, we were already there. Near some rats. Okay. Well, we definitely have to go get that spell now. Where are we in terms of bosses? Yep, okay. We just have stuff in this area. Let's go do that. Let's vamonos. As Dora would tell the kids. And the soon-to-be spiritual successor, Diego. Most people know of Dora the Explorer, but does anyone know about Diego the Zookeeper? No, I know, that's not his name, but Diego was known for, like, talking to tigers and stuff. Oh man, what a cartoon. Not that I ever watched any real episodes. I only know of him, if that makes... I only know of the animated character. I don't know of too much beyond that point. We said it was south of this church, so we just gotta head through here. Ideally, let's try not to go through Crazy Town. Flavor Town, move over. Meet Crazy Town. I'm kidding. I don't know where I'm taking these segments. I'm hoping everybody is enjoying the gameplay and even the commentary for that matter. One of the things that came out of that person's that I referenced earlier, like their private criticism is, you know, they said I had a natural affinity for talking to people, which actually made me really happy to hear. Because that means I at least have one of the key ingredients. Shit. I have at least one, you know, one thing going for me. And that is, you know, being able to entertain people with my voice. And as long as I keep myself, you know, keep myself centered and I'm constantly trying to at least attempt to say something, I can at least, you know, improve on the rest. I thought this would have been it, but it's not far enough south of the church. We gotta keep going. And of course what that really means is we gotta go through Crazy Town. Big thing for me is, even if I can, you know, gab at you for 4 or 5 hours, I don't really know how to keep people entertained except by talking about random stuff that nobody really understands or gets behind. You like the whole Diego thing. I was honestly kind of stretching for things to talk about. And granted, I could talk about Reforged, right? But there are several, like, content creation guidelines where people tend to tune out if all you talk about is the game. Like, I picked up the turnip. I went to town and sold set turnip. A very rote, dry commentary. It gets boring. People want to hear other stuff. People may even like social commentary. I am not that kind of person who likes social commentary with everything. I think it is something that movies engage into highly. A pretty good example of this would be like the Marvel, would be like the Marvel Studios, like, short series, like, She-Hulk. Oh, hello. Too often, and it's especially true with certain directors, which, guess what? She-Hulk had, Mark Ruffalo assisting with the direction of that series. And Mark Ruffalo can be a little bit of a nutter. He has principles and means well, but some of the things he says are just ludicrous. Crazy. Even if they are born from a sense of care for this country, with She-Hulk, I'm doing my best to kind of avoid general spoilers. Like, in order to effectively have this series about She-Hulk, apparently people felt the need to, like, deconstruct Bruce Banner and turn him into a punching bag. That's the name of the human counterpart of the Hulk, by the way. That's his name, Bruce Banner. People felt the need to, and apparently Mark Ruffalo did too, from what I understand, or understood of the situation, turn him into a punching bag so that we could all talk about She-Hulk, and then effectively the season concludes with, like, basically right back to where it all started, or like some weird, ludicrous thing. Now, for those who like Marvel, okay, fine. Also, I guess I have a disclaimer of only watching like 10 episodes of the first season, and not even all of it. Just like certain parts of it. Whatever my dad might have been watching at the time, if I'm being completely honest. It just didn't look like a series that was... Marvel movies are weird, where they take themselves seriously and have these great moments, but also the actors kind of, like, deliver these weird, like, meta level... It's like, it's the whole meta humor thing, right? Also, we are not in the center of the aperture. Let's fix that. It's the whole, oh, I'm gonna take myself seriously except for this one part in the film where I'm gonna, you know, choose the time to make social commentary about, I don't know, LGBT issues, or, you know, talk about this dictator or that dictator, or this really corrupt politician, or this, that, or the other, which I guess cool. You know, when else are you going to talk about it? But, like, come on. There's a limit to that stuff. There's a ROM hack, or a ROM mod, that goes by the name of the Master of Time. Legend of Zelda, the Master of Time. It's essentially this very weird... It's a what-if scenario with Link, the main character from the franchise, where it's like, he's been messing with time for all these years, and now he kind of feels like he needs to do something in order to, you know, be a hero again. And he comes into this land of Abello. That's the name of the land. And, it's a whole trip. I don't want to spoil that much. But One of the moments that's kind of memorable, outside of the Kokiri children in the oven, that I think takes the cake. There is it's in the very first major dungeon. So not any of the smaller temples, but like not any of the smaller child dungeon analogs, but the first real dungeon, the Forest Temple analog. In there, I think it's the Forest Mansion or Patrick's Mansion. You see 3 paintings in there. 2 of them relate to like French or German politicians, and the third is like a reference to a boss where apparently Dead Hand was renamed to Patrick, who apparently is another politician in the mod authors or raw mod authors homeland. It's definitely one of the more out of place things I've seen in a video game, where it's like I get it, when else you... Okay, I need to like... How did that... Nice. How did that land or hit? I don't think so. Nice. Now how far? Okay, we're way over east compared to where we should be. Cool, great, I guess, but I definitely don't want to be heading, up this way. Right, we kind of have to head west. West to go north. That's fine. Yeah, it's crazy, out of this world, out of place, socio-political commentary on various events around the world. And again, I get it, but there should also just be like a limit to that stuff, right? Like if I were, in the mod author's shoes, or the ROM mod author's shoes, would I have directly plastered the politician's face into the video game and said, here you go, this is who I'm talking about? No, I would have been a bit more clever about it if I wanted to have socio-political commentary anywhere in my, creation. Because I don't want to deny people's ability to express themselves, or freedom in which to express themselves, but the converse of this is, as an end user, I do reserve the right to comment on what you've expressed in your creation. If you wrote a book that was kind of like an autobiography or a treatise on this human behavior or that one, I would be within my rights to criticize it. Now, I would of course want to read your book before criticizing the reference, or, else what's the point? You're just gabbing on about an autobiography or, a treatise you've never bothered to read, which is silly. If you're going to do that, at least read the material you intend to criticize, but that's just the academic in me speaking. I'm rigorous like that. I was taught to look for sufficient counterpoints before critiquing everything. Now, is that exhausting? Yes, absolutely. But do I think it keeps unfettered, you know, unproductive opinions to oneself? Oh, absolutely. Makes the world more tame, and people are much less likely to operate on knowledge they don't have. Okay. We got them. We're gonna now deal with these rats. Thankfully, once you're not dealing with a tower that's just constantly trying to drive you mad, you know, you can actually kind of do things in this section of the game. It's amazing that when you're not having to rush around hiding from things, what you can and can't do. Ah, yes. Fingerprint Knight Vike of the Round Table Hold. Come on. You want to play a game of madness? I can do that too, friend. Ah. Oh, God. Oh, yep, This happened. Goodbye. How do you like being maddened by your own stuff, Vike? Huh? Shame. Which one?
Night-night, sleep tight.
Night-night, sleep tight. Ugh. Full caliber voice quotes, man. The voice sets are just so distinct. You can find them too. There's a YouTuber, I forget their name, but I would know if I were to look at my history. Because I haven't downloaded like the whole set or anything, but I definitely know where to go if I actually need the voice lines. Oh, it's brilliant. There's so clean rips. You even get the ones that are unused. It's great. Now, if I recall correctly, did we get an item for that yet? No. That's right. The thing about that is in... That's gonna happen in Altus Plateau. That's right. Now, there's gotta be a rune piece in this area. It has to be. Especially one guarded by Vike. Oh, no questions asked. Just gotta find... You gotta find the suspect spots where you'd expect, Kirnifr or Avidian to, like, hide it. Nope. Nothing. Nada. Zero, zip, zilch. Nothing. Expect the unexpected, they say. I do want the people who came up with that philosophy to know just how futile that is, to expect the unexpected. It's I get it. It's like the, be prepared for anything, but at least that makes sense. But even then, there's only so much that a human being can prepare for, right? Like, mentally, physically, emotionally, what have you. There's stuff that overwhelms us. To be overwhelmed is to be human. It's to acknowledge you have limits. That you can't just, prepare for everything. God, how I wish I could do that. How I wish I could prepare for everything. Because I would. There's some things you can't. A fellow human needing to cry on your shoulder, and you've only just met them. Another human getting ready to stab you in the gut over nothing you've ever said or done to them. Yet another human gabbing to you about things you don't care about, or about you. There are lots of things in life that you cannot possibly prepare for. And your ability to deal with that on the fly is kind of going to make or break you as a human being. Granted, there are definitely times where, having that level of preparation for something is crucial. It's important. Imagine, trying to adapt on the fly for your doctor's thesis, your doctorate presentation, or your master's dissertation. That's the kind of stuff you do prepare for. Is the yes, I've done all my research, I've performed experiments, now let me show you the efforts of what I've done, right? That's the stuff you want to be prepared for. It's what am I doing? We need to keep moving. We got a certain date with the devil. And then after that, I'll take my break. I realize we're overdue for one. And nobody can be happy with that level of pre-roll. But we do want to go back and prepare Frenzied Burst.
Share them with me.
Still didn't prepare the spell. Let's fix that. And then we don't even want Dragonfire for this. Like, it's too slow. Now, for those of you who don't know, and it's okay, that's kind of what Reforged is all about, is, exploring the game, right? Well, as it turns out, there's actually a custom boss that's here. It is the Tree Sentinel, or the Tree Sentinel, excuse me. This one's got a new spell on it. It's pretty nice. Okay. Actually, collect the thing. Thank you. Now, that is an interesting spirit spring. You can kind of stay out of sight of the tower as well. What does this get you? It can, like, get you up there. Ah, okay. Gotcha. This gets you, quite close. You don't have to wrap around. You can just take the spirit spring up. That's pretty cool. Now, even though we're killing something that's here, we cannot in fact take the Deathless lift up. That's not a thing that can happen. We're kind of stuck. Unless we go to Kalè and grab the other medallion. Which we will. There's no reason for us not to. Oh, we're missing one rune piece. Surely we can fix this before we, you know, enter, right? And without drawing the attention of the Erd Tree Sentinel. I keep calling it an Erd Tree Sentinel. They are just Tree Sentinels. I really should change the listing on all of those splits. Because calling them Tree Sentinels is the correct thing to do. Calling them Erd Tree Sentinels is just being stubborn. For no reason. Oh, hello. Would you like to get involved? Okay, so maybe we replace... I'm unsure. Maybe the Turtle Talisman? With, like, the Clarifying Horn Charm? Or we could just be way more careful about what, kind of Frenzied Burst options we use. Or, like, Frenzy Flame options. Well, we have our exact 20. So we're going to go and grab that set of binding runes before continuing. Then we'll kill this boss. Then we'll take a break. Ah. And then after we, you know, we take our break, what's the next boss on this list? Ah. So what we'll probably do is see if we can't do the Chapel of Anticipation stuff. Just get that out of the way, and then we can get ourselves like a neat spell or something along those lines. Hello, Rogier. Goodbye, Rogier. Thanks for the memories. Now, Fia, do you have a knife, like a you know, memento for us?
I am... Would you like me to... now?
Oh, I just realized that, you know, I had an option to hide my helmet, and that is apparently very gone.
Then good day.
I guess we will figure out where that particular item is. Let's use this before we forget. Reforged options. And block. Uh-oh. Our hidden helmet has moved. Tools for color blindness. I'm not sure I want to change this. Oh, this has got to do with the transmog thing, doesn't it? I bet it does. Okay, hang on. We need to figure it. Well, we don't need to, but let's go over here because it's this transmogrify. Just transmogrify option while resting at a site of grace. I don't see that. Would it be under sort chest? Oh, would it be under alter gop? Yes. Okay. Got it. I thought it was like transmogrified drip, and I was gonna be like, what? How do you transmogrify drip? Okay. Let's, oh, come on, but I want to remove the helmet. How do I do that? I think removing the helmet is just gone. That's okay. I guess we'll just get used to the new drip, am I right? To be honest, I don't think anything has changed apart from granting me a set of horns. Alright. Right. Rune pieces, then boss, then figure out what to do from there. Let's go kill ourselves a tree sentinel, shall we? Oh, I guess before we do that, we've got the fingerprint grate to give, right? We should probably do that too.
They're special grapes, please. Without one hiding. Oh, a fingerprint grape. Thank you. May the blessings... Thank you. I'm sure I'll be...
You're welcome, Hyena. Absolutely. You already have to do a whole bunch of stuff on your quest anyway. Now, let's go back and do this all over again. I still can't believe that we're enemy level 56. Like, I didn't even think to examine this particular little array of this little array of rest sites. I didn't even think about it. It never crossed my mind that, oh, you could just see the enemy level. Like, up here you go. Level scaling demystified. I don't know. What do you guys think of having all this abundant information out and about? Do you guys think it helps you with gameplay, or do you think it's an immersion ruiner? I personally like having all the extra information, but I'm kind of an information junkie on that count. I obsess over having near perfect information. Other than in Magic the Gathering, where, you know, having perfect information about your enemy's your opponent's like opening hand requires you to go -1 in card advantage in order for you to do so. That's kind of where I draw my line. We get one shot. What? Nice. What? Oh, that was super delayed. Huh. That actually wasn't that bad. This guy was an asshat to me during... Oh, just came in at just the right time. Hashtag nail-biting boss battles. Am I right? Hey there, Mr. Rowan Darcy. Good to see you. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. Yeah, you came in at pretty much the right time. Unfortunately, you also kind of came in when we were taking kind of a delayed break. I ended up having to delay it for a number of reasons. So what I intend to do, let's first make sure the hit split counter is working properly. Yes. Now, where we're going to take a break at is gonna be back over here. We want to go to the foot of the 4 belfries. It's all good, just got settled into bed. No worries. Very well. We are going a whole extra hour tonight on the stream / this morning. So don't worry. You actually haven't missed all that much. Well, you've missed a lot, but you know what I mean. You'll have plenty of opportunity to see more. For those of you that have not been here before, I generally tend to take 5-minute breaks, usually about every hour. This one's kind of an exception. We kind of got a little bit of a delay at around the 3-hour mark. I generally run 90 seconds of ads for people on Twitch, so definitely feel free to get up and stretch your legs and all that fun stuff. I will see you guys after the commercial after the commercial break. Thank you guys for sticking around up to this point, or if you're gonna leave, that's totally fine. I thank you for sticking up to this point anyway. But in either case, I will see you guys after this small commercial break. Thank you. I am back. My apologies about that. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their commercial break. And of course, things are taking are things taking an orange tilt? Hold on. Gotta check something. This would be under display. Yes, the nightlight is on. Let's turn that off. Let's get back to what we were looking at here. I'll be playing a bit of Cult of the Lamb yourself very well. Still going to be watching you in the second monitor very well. Thank you very much for watching me in your second monitor. Enjoy Cult of the Lamb. Let's see. Is there anything I want to talk about before we get back to it? I guess there are a couple of things. First, I like to call everyone's attention to the intermission screen. I am raising funds for Shadow of the Erdtree DLC. It's supposed to be available sometime in June, July, one of those 2 months. It's supposed to be $40. So I'm going to be raising a little bit extra to cover for tax. Now, as it turns out, I am house sitting for a client starting tomorrow at around noon, so I will not be streaming. I said this earlier at the start of stream, and, you know, after people were capable of hearing me after the first 40 minutes. Thank you again to Bibibo for that. Otherwise, I would have been speaking into the void, but, yeah, essentially, depending on how much I make, I may truncate this little fundraiser early, or I may hold the funds off to the side and see if there's any progress to be made during the 4 months. It depends on when pre-orders start up. You know what? Let's do a little bit of looking. Let's do a little bit. Also, if people don't know when the Shadow of the Erdtree DLC drops, we can kind of almost another silent stream. I surely hope I'm not having the same problem I just had at the start of stream. I would be really, really mad if that happened. Okay. I was seriously about to speak into the microphone to hear myself while also hearing myself, so thanks. Yeah, no, trust me, I'm not freaking out because you said something, Darcy, promise. It's that I spent 40 minutes of today's stream, roughly not being heard by anyone. And it took someone, you know, saying, hey, I can't hear you, in order to fix it. So I'm paranoid about that now. It's not on you, I promise. Oof. Yes, it happens. And I've described this to you before, where, you know, the mic is still peaking in OBS, but no sound is apparently reaching anyone's ears, yeah, that was happening. So I had no idea that the mic just wasn't working. It's the worst. Really. I was laughing about, yeah, at the start of stream. Gotcha. Okay, anyway, now that we've, now that I have, thrown myself into a slight panic, let us return back to the topic at hand. So if we look at the Shadow of the Erdtree, we can see that it will release on June 20th, this year, and the cost is $39.99. So depending on what I make from this house-sitting job, I may go ahead and pre-order it. Let's see if there's a pre-order, actually. Yes, here's my birth date. Downloadable content. I can pre-purchase this. Good. So if I make the money I expect to make, I will go ahead and pre-order this. And then I'll take the, rather gaudy, fundraising banner off of this thing. And we could repurpose that towards something else meaningful. But I just wanted to make sure I touched up on that. That I'm not just jerking your chain and that I don't know what I'm talking about. When it comes to fundraising for this DLC. Now, Mr. Darcy, since you happen to be right here, I've got your attention, would you mind giving me an honest assessment of the overlay? I got some feedback from a user who watched one of the stream VODs and told me that the overlay, like the whole package, does not display enough game screen. It's too big, is what they said. I'd like to know your thoughts on the matter. Take your time with that, of course. I know I'm asking you to describe something when you're, getting ready to gear down and lay in bed. I don't want to strain you, but I'm looking for any kind of, second opinion. Is there not enough game screen? Do people struggle to see what I'm playing or the game itself? I always want to try to strive for the best viewing experience I can, and if that means I need to make the overlay smaller, I will. I'll go back to the drawing board and do it. I just need to know. And just saying, for this other person, to say that it's too big is precise criticism. I just don't know what to do with that criticism, that's all. I mean, the bottom images could be a bit slimmer, but you think it looks okay? Okay, I could work with that. Might be a bit small on some laptops, or on mobile. You know what? That is actually very useful. I can see about, narrowing the, I could see about narrowing that section and maybe just shrinking a lot of displays so that we have more game screen to work with. That is very useful information. Thank you. I'm glad that it wasn't just a, oh, no, you're fine. And I guess that is a them issue, but someone else has now said, hey, it's too big. So it's nice to have it's nice to have a place to start. The other thing was the game audio, but if all that people say is, oh, the game audio is garbage, I can't fix that. I have no idea where to take that. I can't even begin. I think I said this earlier on stream to a different group of people. But this person gave me 3 moderately useful pieces of feedback, and I don't mind being told that the game audio is actual garbage, but I'd like to know in what way it was garbage. What is it, fuzzy? Is it fuzzy? Is it unclear? No probs. You can try fixing, but don't beat yourself up over it if it doesn't work for everyone. The game audio can be quiet, but we're here for you talking more than anything. See, and that's fine, but when it comes to the run, I do need to make sure that the game audio is nice and clear. So that is something that's on my radar for entirely different reasons. For right now, while we're doing the routing, I'm fine with things as they are. I was following a video guide for how to make audio better. Strictly for, like, capture cards and that kind of thing. But I get the feeling all I've actually done is made it worse. It's clear, just not as much music or ambience. Sound effects are good, though? Okay. Gotcha. So, like, I hate to say the important parts of the game, but, like, for Team Hitless purposes, them being able to hear, like, audio sounds is, like, the most important thing there. That is not a Team Hitless-oriented change, by the way. It just kind of happens to work out that, you know, the changes I'm making is minimizing the ambience or music. Okay. But that's actually very useful information. Thank you. I appreciate you providing that. And again, just to be clear, is the hits, damage, casting is good? It's the battle music and dialogue. Gotcha. That's what seems to be quiet. Okay, maybe I can boost some other settings. Nope, that is the wrong thing, Steven. Wrong thing. Essentially, what I've done is I've boosted the in-game volumes to their complete and utter maximum, and I have lowered the volume that I'm receiving on my end when I'm hearing it. So I guess we're gonna find out how it sounds. Thank you for also keeping your ear out. Let's fight a enemy that I would normally skip in order to do that. Sounds good. Music will be hard to tell until boss fights. Yep. That's what I thought. I've also, like, modified the, like, side ducking. That's when the audio dies down while I'm talking. That is referred to as side chaining. Gotta be careful. So now that I'm talking, it should be quieter. Oh, you are a monster. Yeah, that's really bad. Working great. Good. Yeah, I was very... So, interesting criticism like the one I got in direct messages, I kind of didn't know what to do with. Now, of course, it wasn't all criticism. I was told that I have a great speaking voice, and, you know, I have a penchant for being able to just talk to people. So I'm not upset with this person, and, you know, as far as I said this earlier, I'll say it again. Like, I love getting feedback. Of course, I don't want people being rude about it, you know, jerks, but if you just calmly say, you know, hey, I think this thing or that thing is a problem, or it's not working out for me, you do. And critique is okay. As long, yes, it has to be directional. I gotta know what to do with it. And this person was nice. I feel I could probably go back and ask them to clarify what they said, and they would probably do it. I don't think I despoiled that relationship in any way, but still, you don't want to just like ask for pinpoint clarity immediately. I want to try to figure out what exactly they're talking about. And it's not like, oh, well, the overlay is too big, or, you know, the game audio is terrible. Isn't feedback. It is. And it's pretty direct feedback too. I just don't know what to do with it. It's directional, but it's not precise. Oh, since it got your attention, Mr. Darcy, Torrent's got another brand new skin. It's not working at 100%, but it is a skin. Here, let me show you. I've been meaning to do this. It's a pretty nice looking skin as long as you ignore the sound effects. Or not the sound effects, but like the lack of visual displays. So I found this really cool frozen reindeer mount. It's based off of the Ivory King DLC areas. It's like a huge blizzardy valley. And you know those four-legged like horses that attack out of the like blizzard? Yeah, I still prefer the Falling Star Beast mount myself, but this is where the Dark Souls 2 Blizzard horses are where this particular mod author, Panda Migdala, takes their inspiration from, and it's really nice. Unfortunately, the smoke and the frozen lightning trailing from behind does not play very nice with Elden Ring Reforged. As you can see, there is no smoke, and there's no lightning buildup as the horse runs around. That just doesn't happen. I could be running forever, and it's still just this dull blue crystal mess. Yeah, they're so cool, and yeah, it makes sense you don't recognize it. You never played much DS2. Ah. Even after I have emphatically told you about, like, Horse F Valley. Ah, it's fine. Nah, and honestly, I don't blame you. A lot of people play the base game, so they know about Dark Souls 2, but the second they reach, I'll just, you know, use the French here. When they reach a lovely little section of the game called Horsefuck Valley, they nope out. Because the thing about the you know, horse effing valley is that you couldn't target the horses in the blizzard, and you needed I'm sorry, horse what? Hold on, let me type this. Yeah, you know, you heard correctly. It's been lovingly called that. Yeah, it's because all the horses ambush you as you're making your way through various points in the valley before you get to the, like the main, or like between castle sections, and before you get to like the twin pet tigers. Yeah. That all it is a blizzard where you can't, yeah, you see horse, then say F. Exactly. They're hard to hit. They're resistant to magic. Good luck if you're a strength build. Even better luck if you're a dex build. And unless you're rocking pyromancies, and even pyromancers have a bad time in that valley. It's just a bad experience. It's the Iron King DLC Gauntlet right before you get to Sir Alon, but cranked up on steroids. Where's this again? Crumbling Lands? No, thank you. We're wanting the specific one that takes us to the chapel. You very quickly understood not the euphemism. Is that a euphemism? I don't think it's a euphemism. A colloquialism. That's what I wanted to call it. You very quickly understood that. I think most people probably also call it the Screw Valley or the Screw You Valley, because that is essentially what it is, but I don't know. I think Horse F Valley works a lot better, gets the point across a lot quicker, more precise, even if it's a bit crass, crude, however you want to say it. I think it might be this one right here specifically. Precipice of Anticipation. Here we go. Let's go grab the Stormhawk King. Get Nefeli's questline, like, cooking. Get that cooking. So that we can get Kenneth's cooking further when it's required. Oh, Mr. Darcy, you will be happy to know that the big 0.12.0 patch is out. This lovely thing. There's a new patch. One of the changes that took place in the patch is that 3 of the stats got reworked or modified. So, if you recall from vanilla Elden Ring, dexterity increases virtual casting speed. So, like, the more dexterity you have, the more your cantrips and stuff, like, speed up. It's especially noticeable with sorceries, as they generally have quite slow casting speeds. Glintstone Pebble is, like, really easy to notice for the casting speed. This, by the way, introduced my optometrist to ERR today. Wild Encounter? Nice. Awesome. So, in Reforged now, instead of dexterity increasing your casting speed, mind now increases your casting speed. So one of the things I made sure to mention earlier is that my dexterity's at a 17 now instead of at a 30. This is why. Dexterity essentially became a damage stat, whereas mind became a lot more useful. Endurance also increases stamina recovery speed, which was the other stat that was changed. So mind and endurance are now much more useful, whereas essentially the bottom 5 stats, strength, dexterity, intelligence, faith, and arcane, all have like minor niche benefits for the stat, but for the most part, you only level them up for damage, if that's making any sense to you. It's kind of like, trying to think. It's kind of like World of Warcraft, where once you, or like earlier World of Warcraft, where once you got your stats to a certain point, or some stats to certain breakpoints, you just ignored them, and you focused on other stuff. At the time that I'm citing, it would have been intelligence versus spirit, hit rating, defense rating, all that stuff. Oh, and I guess while I'm inquiring about that last sentence of yours, what did they have to say about Elden Ring Reforged? Do they have anything to say, or is like, did they just tell you they got introduced, or I'm sorry, you introduced them to it? Did they have any thoughts at all, or just, meh, I'll check it out, or nah, not interested? Just out of curiosity. Oh, I forgot about this. do 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 do. You know what? I have no one to blame but myself. It is perfectly deserved because I should have remembered that nascent butterfly was a trap. Oh god. Now we gotta go back there and do it again. And you know what? That death was on a split that we were doing experimentation on. It's not even a death that works towards the boss we're trying to aim for. It's for a different boss entirely. Yep, the putrid avatar. We're ready to enter Kalè, but before that, I want to see if we can fit in the, Let's try this again. Thank you for that clip. I'll, have to check it out a little bit later. I'll probably post that on the Reforged Discord as well, so they can have, a good laugh. Because I know they'll get a good laugh out of that. Yes, very much a good laugh. Now, snakes in the grass, so we better go hunting for rune pieces. Anyway, I will demonstrate this lovely command. We're about to enter a boss fight. So if you type in !boss, like I'm about to do, like I'll acknowledge the sentence, but I generally won't reply to it until after I either die or I beat the boss. Just throwing that out there. Not that I don't like talking with you guys, but I'm a terrible multitasker. And even more so when there's just a lot on the line on both sides, so I end up picking. And usually the boss wins. Sorry. But, anyway, I hope you guys enjoy the spectacle of this boss fight. It's kind of something to behold at this stage of the game. And I will see you on the other side of this fog gate. Oh my god, you're yellow-eyed? Of course. It couldn't be anything. It had to... No. That being yellow-eyed is already, like, baseline. That's right. Wow, you hit hard. This is not going to be a good spell for that, I can already tell. You know what? I can't be upset with that. That's a death. That is a GG for them anyway. Let's do this again. I know. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I think what I've learned so far, thank you, is that, you know, I've tried a bunch of different spells, and none of them matter. The only two that matter are the two that you get at the start of the game. That's Catch Flame and Flame Sling. Everything else, Black Flame, it hits hard, but it's inefficient and I can't use it all the time when they go for attack windows. Flame of Frenzy, too risky, gotta get up close. Frenzy Burst, too risky, too long of a cast window. I mean, even the short uncharged version has like a decently sized cast window, and it's fine at long range, but it doesn't mean much. Like the Madness proc doesn't even mean anything for this fight. So we're stuck using the primo beginner spells. The only thing that's different now is we have more power. And we've come with better gear. Like, we have this magic dagger, which recovers FP while we're in combat. We don't even need this axe, if I'm being honest. That could help us out a great deal. Make sure there's not anything else that I could be equipping. The answer to that is no. Alright, you guys know what this means. We gotta try again, and then after that we'll grab the Storm King, and then we'll probably take our next break, and we'll try to make the last hour strong. I'll see you guys on the other side of this. You know how this goes by now, hopefully. Alright, you big overgrown bug with grafted limbs. Nope. I'm just gonna walk in and let them stop doing that. I'm sorry, what just happened? I thought I was getting grabbed or something. After this attempt, gonna have to dip. Trying to game and run Twitch is definitely frying the PC. Understandable. Nope, that was too late. Too early, actually, never mind. What? What? No, you gotta get out from... Okay, you weren't falling, thank goodness. Why? Yes. Okay, gotta wait for the opening, and I have to refocus. No, he didn't do that swing. Nope. I want you to swing. Come on. Okay. You want to throw a temper tantrum? You're gonna get killed. Okay. Thank you for the beautiful clips during that. Yeah, I think I can pretty safely put the Struggle Bug up at this point. Gotta find Mr. Struggle Bug, but I can do that perhaps later after we get all the other stuff. Thank you, thank you. Now I know, I believe you said this is where you're gonna have to bounce, so thank you very much for stopping by, Mr. Darcy. Appreciate all the lovely interaction that you and I have had over the course of 90 minutes. Go enjoy your sleep, and I hope you rest well. Hate to go, but your PC is cooking. Talk at you later. No problem. No problem. Yeah, enjoy Cult of the Lamb, if that's what you're doing instead. I was about to put you into a bed for good. That wasn't what you were doing. Anyway, yep. See you later. Take care of yourself. Ooh, just that boss, man, that boss. And you know what? We actually have to get this crafted scion. Yep. Gotta get that correct. Thankfully, I have found it. That is... maybe up here? Right here. Now we can figure out the bindings. Let's see, it's Shift F5? Shift F5, Shift F6, and then Shift F5 or Shift F2, Shift F1, and then Shift F3. All right. that's a rough ride. I don't know why I'm winded with the video game. Jesus Christ. It's Jason Bourne. But here we are, winded after a video game. Hey there, Silent Apotheosis. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hope you enjoy your stay. Where do you hail from, if you don't mind my asking? And I don't mean, like, where in real life you are, but how did you come to find this stream? Did you find me from did you find me from a Discord post, or, you know, on Twitch itself? I'm just curious, how you found us. I legitimately haven't ever asked that before. Usually because I know how most people get here. It's just a curiosity question. I don't want to force you to answer it if you're not comfortable with that. Anyway, hope you enjoy your stay. We just got through with not a difficult boss, but like a testy boss. That being the, Chapel of Anticipation Grafted Scion when you return to it in Elden Ring Reforged. Doing good, thank you. Just experimenting with weapons for new character. Gotcha. Found a hilarious bug with ornamental straight swords. How am I doing? And I was just scrolling through random Twitch streams. That is awesome. Praise be to scrolling through random Twitch streams and finding me. I am doing fine. Bit winded after the last boss fight, but again, it's just a high stakes. When you're trying to do bosses without, you know, dying or without taking hits, granted I have a hit counter manager on the screen, but it's used to track deaths on split. It could be the process of doing Deathless challenge runs. It can already be kind of exasperating. It's not my first rodeo with challenge runs. I didn't complete, but I did make several attempts in Dark Souls 3 to do either whips only, deathless and or hitless, and Dark Souls 3 dark spells only new game plus hitless. This is the first time I'm doing something for Elden Ring, and obviously it's the first time I'm doing anything with a mod. I do not wish to return to the entrance, thank you very much. Outside of like the stuff in game, I'm doing okay. It's late at night. I don't normally stream at quite this hour. I'm usually 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. This week's been a little bit hectic. I came down with a case of tennis elbow. It sounds like I'm talking about a disease, but I just woke up with tennis elbow one day, and it cut into my stream time pretty badly. And yeah, I could definitely see how all of that would be exhausting. I've only done 2 challenge runs yourself, and you never want to do them again? Ah, gotcha. What kind of challenge runs did you do in the past, out of curiosity? I obviously don't want to detract from your experiments with ornamental straight swords, but challenge runs can be an interesting conversation in and of themselves. Oh, I think I got up to 16 hits with Dark Spells only New Game Plus. Yeah. 16 hits was like my record for that. I was close. A lot of my hits came in from like Nameless King and such. Like the really hard bosses. I've done Dark Souls 3 Broken Straight Sword only and Elden Ring Torch only, excluding the torch pole weapon. Gotcha. Gotcha. The Broken Straight Sword and Torch? Brutal. Well, in my case, I will mostly be focusing on magic spells. So I'm doing the fire spells only at the moment. As fire spells, I can start with the restriction right away. I don't have to, you know, go farm for something immediately. I believe magic spells only would also be under the same restriction, where I can just start as the astrologer class and I get access to glintstone pebble and like all the appropriate gear. I believe it is lightning and holy, like holy damage spells only, that would require me going a little bit out of my way. It's not too far out of the way. You can get a generator right in Weeping Peninsula. You probably already know what I'm talking about. I'm just trying to sake the conversation here. And as for holy spells, well, I mean, projection of gold, anyone? But also getting a generator in holy spells kind of still stinks at the moment. You have to basically kill a really difficult boss to get the generator. I'm also just experimenting with all sorts of weapons. Gotcha. Just happened to find out that if you buff the ornamental straight sword, do a heavy attack, throw a dagger, and then do a heavy attack again, you get a completely different heavy attack. Ah, gotcha. I love holy damage spells. Pure holy damage is your main character? Awesome. Maybe once I get the fire and magic damage and hitless challenge runs up to speed, I can eventually work on holy damage, or I might even do it just to kind of give myself a break from the usual stuff. I imagine I'll probably be slogging through the routing for this for quite a while. We've been doing this routing for over 3 months. It probably would actually be closer to a month in base game, but what can I say? Elden Ring Reforged adds a lot of stuff. The rune pieces, the codex, there's just a lot of extra systems you have to engage with, and not really having the capacity to engage with them in Hitless is going to be a different experience altogether. Well, the rune pieces I think I could mostly engage with. There would just be a lot more of them I couldn't collect to start with. But the codex, like, I would not be able to fill that thing out, because that is an extra button press that could actually get me, like, killed or otherwise taking unnecessary hits with these kinds of challenge runs. I'm focused on Deathless at the moment, so that's where my mind should be. But eventually I do want to upgrade these runs to an appropriate hitless challenge, because Deathless is easy. I mean, relatively easy in terms of the challenge runs you could do. The other would be kind of like learning how to glitch for speed runs. And even then, I kind of think that the glitching is kind of very limited in what you can and can't do with it, if I remember my speed running correctly. But there's no Team Deathless. There's only Team Hitless. So that is who I have to look to for like guidelines regarding these kinds of runs. And all of those are for the vanilla game. So I'm already kind of bending all kinds of rules to make Deathless for this work. Because I gotta tell you, or anyone that'll listen, just period, Reforged is one of those mods that I think is going to go down in history eventually. Right now it's kind of going through a heightened awareness crisis, where if you want a vanilla plus experience, you're going to love Reforged. I love this mod. And both this and the LP are just kind of my way of giving back to Team Reforged after all their work, all this time that they've spent on this mod. It really shows, especially with like the last couple of major updates. It's different than what it was at patch 0.5.3 when I joined. It's become this much bigger beast. It's more robust. Going back to that straight sword experiment you were doing for just a second, I find it interesting that you throwing a dagger elicits a completely different heavy attack. It's kind of got the Morgott thing going on, where Morgott likes to throw the holy daggers and then follow up with something. So I'm wondering if maybe it's inspired by that. And of course, it's hard to tell if that's like a base game contrivance or if it's unique to Reforged. I don't care which one it is, of course. I just find that rather fascinating. But there is a different attack. And that attack kind of really showcases that it's the small stuff in Reforged or in Elden Ring in general that is the most satisfying to look for and look forward to. I gotta focus for a second. Gotta figure out which spell I want to take. Or if I want to go for a... Or if I want to go for a talisman here. There's a good edge case to go for a talisman here. So if I look... Where did we spot this? Right here. Greatly raises potency of incantations. I'm trying to remember what this boost is. It's not... Is it... I think it's 30% base? I don't know what this is in Reforged. I think it's like 20% or 15%. Hold on. This is why I love Reforged, because I get to showcase to you guys the fact that there is... Oh, it looks like there may be an update as well. Filter out backup copies. Okay, gotcha. I'll look into this update later. But if you guys are not already acquainted, let me go ahead and just specify this little command. I have lots of commands. We have a Discord. We use that Discord in order to talk about various things. One of the nice features about Discord in general, it's not even limited to this one, is that you could search for terms. So if I wanted to, and I'm going to, we're going to go back to our talismans. And we're going to look at the Phlox canvas. I should just be able to filter out by these two things. Of course, I think the wiki would probably be faster for sifting through this information, but I just wanted to display the fact that you can in fact sift using the Discord. There are some things that you're not really going to have an easy time finding in the wiki. Now, if you guys want to know... okay, I had to make sure I read the descriptions for these commands correctly. If you guys want to see the wiki instead, we do have one. It is a fandom wiki maintained by the community. It is the Elden Ring Reforged wiki. It is a fandom wiki. It is really nice. It doesn't have the information for the most recent patch. That is still a work in progress. But it has lots of information for other stuff. It also has access to maps that are maintained. There's one that if you want help finding rune pieces, I believe the map has 850 currently placed rune pieces on it. Super helpful. And this wiki is honestly one of the best things that could have happened to Reforged. I'm really glad that this content is curated and that there's documentation. That was one of the most frustrating things with like Dark Souls modding, is that the Dark Souls 3 modding community was terrible with documentation, and I get it. It's tough. You deal with a spaghetti framework or like things that are arbitrarily hard-coded for no reason. UI, just hard-coded for no reason. You don't want to make documentation. Also, a lot of people are just end users. They don't care about the documentation, but I do. I'm one of the end users that do care about it. Not because I want to make my own stuff, but I just like the fact that there is documentation for these highly intricate and complex like overhaul mods. Now, if it was like a simple, we make number go up, like the previous Ascension mods, you know, I wouldn't care so much about that. Although Ascension usually changes enemy placements, and in which case I actively want, I actively want documentation for that. But if it's just number go up, number go down, I can intuitively figure that out on my own. I don't need I don't need documents for that. But documentation is always nice. Let's see, might be the Faithful. Damage boost can no longer be worn with the Phlox. Okay, Phlox I think is either 10 or 15. And if I don't see a notice, that means it's its base value. Or it's just not listed. %. Okay. That seems reasonable. So 8% damage versus a new spell. What would I even get in this scenario? What would I even get? Maybe Magma Breath? Or like Theodorix's Magma? Well, we can already grab a Gale's Flame, so let's not do that. Could grab Bish. I don't know. This is a tough choice. Yeah, you know what? Let's go with Theodorix's Magma. And then we still have 4 Starlight tokens left over. Which does that... That might get us an armor piece, but that's really about it. It won't get us anything else. Could get us a cookbook. We might as well use these because we won't really have access to too many more Starlight shards. The completion of the Codex is not something I'm actively going out of my way for or anything. But it is something that I do take care to at least do once. That's how we got our first array of 10 shards. Oh, also, didn't we just pick up the... And we just picked up items that were here. How many Starlight shards do we actually have? 14. Never mind. We can, in fact, have our cake and eat it. Cool. Do we want anything else? Blessing's Boon, maybe? We can take healing spells. We are allowed that. We're also allowed to technically use aspects of the Crucible because it also deals fire damage. We would also be allowed the use of blood flame spells. Yeah, I could see this being useful. 14. Yeah, so then we can either get a talisman or another spell. %, versus actually, since you can't wear this with the Faithfuls, we're only getting 3% damage. That means we actively want another spell. Okay, I've got this figured out. We're gonna grab... It's gotta deal fire damage. Please tell me this deals fire damage. I have to look at these changes to make sure that I know what I'm allowed to cast. Blood flame talisman or talons. Blood flame blade. Okay. It's the blood boon, isn't it? Yeah, blood boon. Deals fire damage. Okay, so I expect this to be viable. And we can actually confirm whether or not this spell still deals fire damage. Because we will be able to see if a Miranda Bloom or a Miranda Sprout or some other susceptible creature like has a recoiling effect to it. Okay. I'm pretty happy with this arrangement. Did we get the Storm King? I assume we did. Yes, we sure did. This means we should have gotten Stormhawk Dean. Alright, cool. Can we level? Yes, we sure can. We can level at least once. That's good. Plan so far is for us to hit 70 arcane and then attempt to get more faith. That way we can also we can go ahead and start adding back spells. Perfect. I forgot what I was gonna say. Oops, that happened. What boss are we working toward? Yeah, the Putrid Avatar. We are finally ready to hit the ground toward Kalè, and then we can come back and go through the ruined precipice. Oh, having these extra early spells is gonna be really nice. We should also make sure we confirm the damage typing. We need to find a place with Miranda blooms nearby. How do we want to do this? Where do I remember there being Miranda blooms? Oh, I know. More tunnels. We can literally go to the forest patch here, and there's some right there. I know exactly what to do. I hope everybody's enjoying the gameplay and or the commentary. I do my best to try to keep people entertained, but I know I am not perfect at it. I'm not even good at it. Even with the praise I was given by that person, I know I have a long way to go in order to be an entertainer. So I'm constantly looking for methods in which to improve upon that in any retrospect. I don't know if that means coming up with a witty gag or... And I'm very bad with jokes, by the way. Just FYI. There they are, right there. Okay, there is a charging window. Good to know that that is, in fact, fire magic. Oh, neat stuff. Alright, let's get out of here. We've suffered long enough at the hands of Khan, am I right? No, that would be the wrath of Khan, wouldn't it? Oh wait, that's a Star Trek film. Yep. With Chris Pine and Zachary Quinto. I can now feel confident in my spell choices. And we can go on to Kalè now, where I will be skipping 90% of all the optional rune pieces, because why the hell would I collect things in that hellscape? Oh right, my Let's Play. Yeah, for anyone who doesn't know, I do in fact have a Let's Play series that's kind of meant to be a beginner's journey through Elden Ring Reforged. It is on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/swirlingvortex09. I've never managed to be able to drop that 09 part. I'd like to someday, but that just probably isn't gonna happen. I am up to 5 parts, including the intro, which does have to be updated, but I will be doing that in a bonus episode. But the LP is the other way in which I'm going to give back to this awesome community and to the team as a whole, especially because Great Mighty Poe was gone. We have the install guide, but the install guide was for old versions of Reforged, not for the new file format we've got. I hate these things. The dragonflies are just the worst. Absolutely bonkers creatures. Alright, Miss, Annalise. Anastasia, I'm sorry. Oh, right, she jumps. I forgot about that. How do you like that? I got the perfect gag for you, Miss Anastasia.
You like that? It's called getting whooped.
Ah, my lovely soundboard. How does everyone else feel about soundboards? Like them? Hate them? You know, does it depend on the soundboard? Does it need to be filled with pepes and, you know, other in-house memes? Or can the soundboards be filled with novel things that maybe people haven't tried before? I've tried focusing the soundboard on, like, memes, but I've never felt compelled to use them. Precisely because I am not a memester. Whereas these, I actively feel compelled to want to use them because they're special to me. Regarding the soundboard, I put a lot of, I say I put a lot of hard work into it. What I really mean is I took the time and audacity to kind of, like, get the soundboard samples to where I like them, and then I incorporate them. And sometimes that means finding obscure things to take snippets of. Like, I recently dug out of the woodwork, or I found on YouTube a partial copy of Savage Streets, the 1984 version, with Linda Blair, I think that's her name. And she says this gorgeous line.
Too bad you're not double jointed. Because if you were, you'd be able to bend over and kiss your ass goodbye.
Oh, it's great. I know, it's 8 seconds. It's copyright me if you wish, YouTube or Twitch. I'm more than willing to provide, like, accreditation where it is due, but you can find it on YouTube. All you have to do is figure out a way to download it. Download the 1 hour and 11 minute bit of footage and, you know, snip the 8 seconds I wanted out of it. That required me actually, like, clicking around and then getting, you know, situated on which part of the film I think is going to have that quote. Like, I had to spend serious time watching a film I had only fleeting interest in, and then it you know, I kind of got more interest into it after I watched. Although I still wouldn't recommend actually watching the thing if you are, you know, squeamish or, you know, you've got prudish sensibilities. As there's like a full nude scene, and, you know, people getting repeatedly stabbed to death in Savage Streets. I know, it's in the name, right? But, it's one of those, you should definitely not take your kids to go see it. It should most assuredly have an NC-17 rating on it. NC-17, for those who are not aware, is essentially, even mature rating does not touch how disturbing, the contents of the film are. And I wouldn't say it's incredibly that disturbing. I think it warrants an NC-17 rating, but I'm a prude. I'm fully ready to admit that in this stage of my life. I'm very much a restrained person when it comes to their sensibilities, and I'm okay with that. But honestly, if I were to be reasonable, I would say that Savage Streets definitely deserves its like current modern rating. Again, or current modern rating of like M for mature, because it's got the full frontal nudity, right? But it's not that disturbing. I find it more disturbing than most people. Like I said before, the last time I regarded this film, I also talked about Game of Thrones in the same sentence, and essentially, Game of Thrones, all it took was that one skull press scene, and I just noped out. I was not having it. Oh, speaking of like blood flame stuff, oh, look what I found.
Sex!
Someone got Moog's unused quotes from Elden Ring, and I'm like, I had to get that. I had to cut out that snippet and just put it into the soundboard. And so there you go. It's great. I know, I'm such a plebeian in what I do and don't like. Oh, hello, boys. Oh, yeah, okay, this hurts. Dude, do you ever stop attacking? Well, you're about to figure out the bloody meaning of that, aren't you? Yep, I think so. So, what is everyone's favorite thing about Elden Ring Reforged? For me, it's stuff like, it's definitely the whole package of the game. I love the care and attention to detail that people pour into Elden Ring Reforged. Team Reforged, and by extension, Kirnifr and Avidian, like the head devs do a great job of maintaining balance and like a sense of what they do and don't want in their mod. Now, it is boss time. Hopefully everyone will be thinking about what exactly they find about Elden Ring Reforged that's fun while we're fighting. I generally don't talk to the audience while I am fighting a boss. You guys can type in !boss, B-O-S-S, for more information. Otherwise, I'm going to see you guys on the other side of this boss fight. Wait, does the fact that I'm burning it mean that it causes the ground to burn? Oh, hey dude, you want to come back this way? Alright, sure. Oh, what a smart guy. Ah, you have... I found a way to crack the code. I forget the rest of this bloody song, but I know who sings it. Weird Al. Okay. Ah, the flame-shrouded like, the crystal tier, that one would explain why it did that. Neat. Before we call it a night, I of course want to thank everybody so much for stopping by and hanging out with me. I greatly appreciate it. I hope to do this again Monday. Again, just for anybody who is still listening, I have a house-sitting venture later on today that I have to get packing for. And I'm supposed to be there at 11:30 tomorrow, or today rather. And I'm not supposed to leave that location until sometime Sunday afternoon, and so that means I won't be able to stream on Friday. Yikes, gross, yuck. Don't worry, calendar already reflects this. Speaking of which, this would be a great time to tell you about my own Discord. Not a a tremendous deal, but I want to show you guys something that may be of especially big benefit to you. If you guys go and join my Discord, I have a command, but you can also do this from the About Me section on Twitch. It may even also be in the description for YouTube. One of the things that I have available for you is the content resources. I have a streaming calendar. Feel free to join that. It is a Google Calendar like setup. So if I go to my Google Calendar, which I will do right now, I know the light, it burns. I have all of my stuff here on this calendar, and one of the ones that I have, it should be the streaming calendar for you guys. As you probably see, I have the PM slots marked with my stuff, and of course all those times are in Eastern Standard Time. Just throwing that out there. Trying to think if there's anything else. Yeah, there are definitely content resources for you to check out. If you guys hadn't done so already, make sure I'm not missing my activity feeds, because I very easily could be right now. If you guys hadn't done so already, please consider following. That way you don't miss more content. Again, my intention is definitely not to be up at 2 a.m. my time, but I do generally stream from 7 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Monday through Friday. This Friday being the, exception to that. All that stuff should be listed in the content resources if you join this Discord. Again, you don't have to, but it is a perk that you do get just for following the channel. It's a pretty quiet community. You can even mute the server if you would rather not be inundated with Reforged notifications. I do follow the Reforged Discord, so if you're like, oh, I have that server muted for some reason, you can get those updates here without having to unmute the Reforged Discord. I'm not sure why you would have it muted, but it serves a purpose? TM? Anyway, before we go, for those of you on YouTube, you can go ahead and hop off. For those of you on Twitch, I am going to do a quick shout out. If you guys want well-mastered variety content, with sometimes a focus on speedrunning, check out a man named Patty. He does a lot of different kinds of things. Anything ranging from Mario Kaizo ROM hack stuff to current. He's pretty well established. Go check him out. His community is pretty prolific, and I would say as long as you mind all the tags and follow the rules, if you like normal Twitch chats, you're gonna like this one. Promise. I hope to be back with you guys on Monday for some more Elden Ring Reforged. I got so much I want to try to get finished. We're only about halfway through this list. We got 189 bosses, and we only have 68. Yeah, not even a third. I'm looking forward to narrowing that as time passes. Anyway, my name is Steven, or Coin, or Swirling Vortex. Feel free to call me any of those things, just don't call me Shirley, and surely don't call me Collect. This has been some more Deathless routing. Take care of yourselves out there. The world's dangerous. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime. And with that, stay safe, and goodbye.